And we are ready, Chair.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to the Planning Commission meeting of this evening, Wednesday, June the 16th. It is 6 o'clock. My name is Daniel Hubbell, and I'll be presiding at least for the short time being as the chair. I don't have the script, Andrea, so if I missed something, please let me know. But as a reminder to those that are watching, we are going to be broadcasting tonight's meeting via Zoom. There's a proclamation order that is typically cited there, but if you're not used to it by now, well, we can dig that number up for you. If we could, Andrea, if you could please call the roll.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Boatsman.
Here.
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Commissioner Goodman.
Here.
Chair Hubbell.
Present.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Rashis.
Very good. Yes, here.
And Commissioner Weinberg.
Here.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andrea. First, before we actually get to our orders of business, I'd like to welcome our two new people who I unfortunately have not had the chance to meet individually yet. So Commissioner Friedman and it sounds like there's a pronunciation that I may or may not get correct. So if our two new commissioners might take a moment to introduce themselves, and we'll also do the same and do just quick introductions for everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan Friedman. Thanks for welcoming me to the Planning Commission. Very excited to join. Born and raised on Bainbridge Island, and I've been on Mercer Island for 17 years. My oldest just graduated from high school. He's on his way to Cal Poly. My second and my only other one is finishing her freshman year of high school. And yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Victor Rashis. I've spent most of my life on Mercer Island. My family's had a continuous presence on Mercer Island for the last 50 years. I work in technology. I'm a technology executive, but I'm also the lesser known half of Island Books. And we're very excited, or I'm very excited to be on the commission.
Well, great. Welcome. And you'll learn as a part of my style, I tend to be a little bit more informal. So if I refer to you by your first names, please do not be offended. That's just kind of how I typically run things here. Maybe quickly for the rest of us that you haven't met, let's just do a quick round robin and do the same just so that everyone knows each other. Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, Mike Murphy. I've been on the commission for a few months now, and I've been on the island since '92. I'm an attorney and semi-retired, and land use, real estate, construction law are my areas of expertise. And I have one daughter who graduated from Mercer Island High and is now at Seattle U. And I can say she had a 4.0 this past quarter. And the quarter before.
Congratulations on that. Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, hi, Ted Weinberg. I guess I first moved to the island at age 13 and have been here almost continuously since then. Went off to college and then moved back in '93 with my wife. So raised two kids here on the Mercer Island schools. My first degree was in architecture, but spent the vast majority of my career in technology, like Victor mentioned, so at Microsoft and Avanade in Seattle, and currently working in the IT department for the city of Seattle. Been here on the Planning Commission for about 4 years, and delighted to meet our two new commissioners. Welcome aboard, guys.
Commissioner Goodman.
Hi there, Tiffin Goodman. And yeah, I think I just completed my 6th year on the Planning Commission. I was trying to count and I was a little bit alarmed. So I think I've been on the Planning Commission for 6 years, going into my 7th year. I love it. I have a background in city planning and transportation more specifically. So I think the work we do here is a lot of fun and I really, really enjoy our conversations. And yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for volunteering. I think that's awesome. And I'm looking forward to working with both of you.
Great. Thanks, Tiffin. Commissioner Boatsman.
Yes, hello, I'm Carolyn Boatsman. I've been on the commission for 4 years, just starting on my 2nd term for another 3 years. So I'm looking forward. We have so many interesting things coming up. And I have moved to Mercer Island about 35 years ago, my husband and we have raised one son and he is living here with us still. So let's see, my background, my degree is in environmental health, and I have worked in environmental health with the public health department for half of my career, and for the city of Renton in aquifer protection program and drinking water quality. So worked my whole career in local government and did, so I think have a good feel for local government and city ordinances and all that kind of stuff. I worked with that kind of stuff for most of my career.
Great. Thank you, Carolyn. And Jordan, Victor, again, nice to meet you. My name is Dan Hubbell, and I think not quite as long as Tiffin. I think I've been here for 4 years, but prior to that, I was on the Design Commission for 2 years. And then prior to moving to Mercer Island, I've been here 12 years with my family. But prior to that, I was living in Newcastle, where I was both on the Planning Commission and chair at some point in time for a period of 6 or 8 years. And then I served one stint on the city council there, as well as serving as a term as the deputy mayor. So that's sort of my background there. My degree is in broadcasting communications, but I now work at Microsoft and actually just celebrated my 20-year anniversary full-time at Microsoft a few months ago, and have a daughter who just graduated from Mercer Island High School and is off to university next year. So I'm right there with you, Commissioner Murphy, with the college trek. So hopefully we'll get to learn more about each other as time goes on, and of course as the pandemic hopefully subsides here. Hopefully maybe later this summer we'll be able to return back to our in-person meetings, which would be, I think, great. With that, I think our first order of business this evening is the election of the chair and vice chair for our 2 new people. This is an annual process, and we always do it after the appointment of our new commissioners by the city council in June. So the chair and the vice chair are symbolic. I'll call them symbolic, but they have no additional authority other than the fact that I get the responsibility of helping run the meetings, and the vice chair gets to stand in my place or whomever the chair's place is if they are out. So with that, Andrea, do you want to lead us through the process for the
Yes.
chair and vice chair elections?
I have just a brief presentation to walk you guys through how the election works. So let me share my screen. The election of the vice chair and chair is slightly different than a lot of the other stuff that you guys do. There is no second needed. Nominations are taken in the order that they're called out. Anyone can nominate anyone else to be chair or in turn vice chair. We then vote on the nominations in the order that they were called out. First person to get the majority vote, so in this case, since everyone's present, 4 is elected chair. That person will then take over and hold the election for the vice chair. So Dan will call for votes or call for nominations. We'll take the nominations. Once there's no more nominations, we're going to do a thumbs up vote to vote, since everybody can't speak at the same time. So make sure I can see your thumb. Once we hit 4, we'll have our new chair. Are there any questions?
Just going to get my screen set up so I can actually see everyone on the screen all at once. Just have to expand it open. Great. Any questions? I know everyone else has been through this, but Jordan and Victor, any questions about the process here? Great. Okay, with that, I will go ahead and open up nominations for the position of chair. Are there any nominations? Carolyn Boatsman, I see your hand is raised.
I would like to nominate Dan Hubbell for chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other nominations for chair? Okay, last call. Any other nominations for chair? Okay, hearing none, we will start at the top of the list. All of those in favor of the nominee or the vote for myself, Daniel Hubbell, as chair, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Andrea, I see 7 hands, thumbs,
I see 7
appendages.
as well.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate that vote of confidence. Great. That will bring us to the election of the vice chair. Do I have any nominations for the position of vice chair? Please go ahead and raise your hand. Commissioner Goodman.
I'll nominate Ted Weinberg for vice chair, please.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Okay, one last call. Any other nominations for vice chair? Okay, hearing none. We have, starting at the top of the list, everyone please raise your hand for those in favor of Ted Weinberg as vice chair.
Aye.
And I see 7 hands. Okay. Thank you very much. That was an easy process. And just for the 2 new folks, it's not always that easy. We have sometimes had a list of 3 or 4 people, and it's could be quite the process to go through. So anyhow, congratulations, Commissioner Weinberg. I think this is the first time that you've sat in the vice chair seat. So glad to have you here.
Congratulations to you too for another term as our illustrious chair.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I don't know how illustrious, but I'm happy to take on the responsibility for sure. With that, I have to move back to my screen so that we can move to our next order of business, which will be, I have, Andrea, I have public appearances, but do we not have, I don't see, are we supposed to be reviewing the minutes from the last agenda or from the last
That
meeting?
is, yes, that is, our city clerk is trying to bring our boards and commissions in better align and have similarities on our agenda. And she directed me that minutes shouldn't be a standalone item. They should be the first item of regular business. So minutes are on there. They're just a little further down
I see it.
your
It's
agenda
under, it's
than
usually,
you're
yeah.
used to.
You're right. I'm used to it being up at the top. So great. We'll get that to regular business. So with that, it is time for public appearances. This is the time set aside for members of the public to speak to the commission about issues of concern. Normally, we would ask folks to have reached out to the clerk, to our administrator ahead of time by 4 o'clock on the day of if they wish to speak. And we would give them 3 minutes to speak. Andrea, do we have anyone who's requested to speak this evening?
We did not have anyone who signed up to speak tonight, Chair.
Great. So with that, for those watching the recording or maybe watching live, please feel free, if you do wish to address the commission, to reach out ahead of time, and we're more than happy to give you the time to address the commission, even in this virtual format. Great. That brings us to item number 2 on the agenda, which will be the public hearing related to the sign code that we will be reviewing later in the agenda. And that is ZTR 19-003. As before, we've asked folks to sign up and register ahead of time as a part of the public hearing, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So with that, I will open the public hearing. I don't have my gavel like I do in the office, but I'll knock on my desk and I'll consider the public hearing open. Andrea, have we had anybody register to speak as a part of the public hearing this evening?
Thank you, Chair. No one signed up to speak as part of the public hearing tonight.
Great. I spoke with the Deputy Director, Allison, earlier in the day yesterday. And Allison, remind me, are you okay with postponing the closure of the hearing to the next meeting? I think that's what we had discussed, correct?
Yes, I think if the commission has substantive revisions that they would like to discuss tonight, and we'll be doing some significant editing between now and the next meeting, it would make sense to continue the public hearing to the July meeting.
Yeah, I have heard from at least one person I know that has some significant discussion. I don't know if it'll result in changes or not, but I do think it's worthy enough to leave the public hearing open to our next meeting. And so unless I have an indication from the rest of the team, do we need a vote to postpone the meeting, or can I just postpone that to a date certain?
Chair, you can just postpone it to a date certain.
Great. So unless I see any indication that anyone feels opposed, I'd like to keep the public hearing open until the next meeting, which is currently scheduled for July the 21st, 2021. And with that, we'll reopen the public hearing just to make sure that we can allow comment on any potential changes that might come out of today's discussion. Okay. So that brings us to item number 3, May the 19th, the approval of the minutes from May the 19th, 2021. These should be in your packet for review from last time. And if I recall, they're at the end of the packet, or they were further down this time, if I recall. Yes, they were on page 20 of the packet. So with that, is there a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, May the 19th, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and it's been moved by Commissioner Goodman and seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Are there any changes, updates, or comments about the minutes? Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, so this minor issue, but the next scheduled meeting entry at the bottom of the minutes should say June 16th of 2021 instead of May. Otherwise, we'd be in a recursive loop.
We've entered the matrix.
Yeah, I'm confused already.
That was me going too fast. I will fix that.
Thank you. Good catch, Tag. Are there any other corrections or additions that folks would like to see made? Okay, hearing none. Andrea, do you want a roll call vote or just a thumbs up vote?
A roll call vote, please.
Great. You go right ahead.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Commissioner Weinberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman.
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Goodman,
Aye.
Commissioner Rashish,
Abstain.
and Chair Hubbell.
Aye. And that was a vote of 6-0-1. Thank you all. Great, and that will bring us to item number 4, which is a review and adoption of the Planning Commission bylaws for our new 2 folks as a part of the process at the beginning of every year during our elections. We also take the time to just review the commission bylaws and make sure there are no significant changes that need to be addressed. We've only had to make changes, I think, a few times in the 6 times that I've been, the 6 years that I've been on the commission. So it's not frequent, but it is a matter of process that the city council bylaws require us to do. So with that, the way we do this, gentlemen, is we'll, and for all things, is that we ask for a motion to be put on the table, and then at that point we can then motion and a second, and then after that we can go through both deliberation and any amendments that might want to be proposed at that point. So with that, can I get a motion to approve the Planning Commission bylaws?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay, moved by Commissioner Weinberg and seconded by Commissioner Goodman. Is there any presentation at all by staff, or any questions or discussion or additions from any of the panel?
You covered my presentation. The only other thing that I will mention is that if the commission does have changes you would like to make to your bylaws, we will ask that you direct staff to take the bylaws for review by the city attorney, and we will bring the bylaws back at your July meeting for approval.
Great. Commissioner Rashish, did I say that right?
Close enough. You'll get it right.
All right, I'll work on it. It can't be any worse than Pirzio Baroli that we had previously.
And there's no one even close, so I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Article 3, Section 3.1 reads, regular meetings of the commission shall be held on first and third Wednesday of each month at 6 p.m. or such day and time as determined by the commission. Both the application that I filled out and our city website says we're meeting once a month on the third Wednesday. And by definition, if that's not changed, we will be out of compliance within 3 weeks. So we can either find wording that's more flexible that may reflect the fact that we may start meeting again twice a month, or we can change it and then change it back. But bylaws govern how this organization operates, and we need to say how we're going to operate.
Yeah, I think that's a good catch. Someone else mentioned that to me as well, and my understanding, and either Andrea or Allison or another member of staff, I believe that part of the governor's proclamation of an emergency or whatever he said specified that there were certain protocol changes such as this and the meeting of in-person meetings and things that were I believe waived during the term of that proclamation. The intent of this commission is to normally meet on the first and third Wednesdays of the month, but I would ask, A, is there a need to change that here? And then due to sort of the cadence that we've been on. And then number 2, Allison, knowing the staffing changes that have occurred over the course of the last year, do we expect that we're going to continue on a once a month cadence? And if so, it probably makes sense to change this. So that was a 2-part question, I think.
I'll take the second part. Andrea, you might have to help me out. I'm not sure if we know exactly what's included in the governor's proclamation related to changing meeting schedules, but in terms of where we're going from here, I do anticipate that likely we'll want to go back to twice a month meetings the beginning of 2022. We're currently in the process of hiring a senior policy analyst who will be working closely with me, supporting the work of the commission and other long-range planning work in our department. And so with that additional capacity, I think we will be in a position where we can resume to meeting more frequently. And also, just given what I'm anticipating to be on the work plan for next year, including beginning the major update to the comprehensive plan, we'll need more meetings to get through the volume of work most likely. So in terms of what happens now with the bylaws, I think that is up to the commission. But, you know, I think the switch to one meeting per year this year was due to the unique circumstances of everything going on this year, from meeting remotely to having reduced staff, et cetera. And it's probably not going to be our long-term situation.
And with proc-
Oh, I was just going to say, the city clerk has been canceling the meetings of other commissions. Is our first meeting officially being canceled, or has it kind of been just deleted?
Well, so in January, we spoke about the schedule for the rest of the year, and the commission, I mean, it was my recommendation and the commission approved it or agreed with it, that we would change the schedule to once a month meetings for this year. And so we formally changed that on the city calendars so that we weren't constantly having to cancel one meeting every month and perhaps have folks in the public confused about when our actual meetings were happening. So just for clarity, we adjusted the schedule for the whole year.
But we could go back to canceling the first meeting of every month. So that could be an alternative that you guys could consider, is you could give staff that direction. Then that way, if we do decide come January, when the work plan is set, that we're going back, we wouldn't have to bring the bylaws back in January or hold special meetings. So that might be a solution. Regarding proclamation 20-28, there's a lot of talk that is not going to be extended past June 30th. So that one we can't lean too much on. One of the items we were going to talk to you guys about later that we can kind of touch on now, because it might help provide you guys with some more information, is the direction we have received from the city manager. Is we are working on coming up with a hybrid solution for meetings. There was some legislation passed that essentially now, as part of the Open Meetings Public Record Act, that we will need to provide some sort of virtual way for people to attend the meetings. We've got most of the plan going for how we're going to run council. The problem is how the plan they've come up to run council with requires 2 staff members to be able to kind of run the Zoom. We don't have staffing to support the boards and commissions with 2 staff person of having a dedicated IT person to run the cameras. So the current plan, as directed by the city manager, is we're going to keep all boards and commissions virtual until the end of 2021. If proclamation 20-28 is ended at the end of June, we will be opening up council chambers for the public to come watch the meeting. But then you guys would still be participating in the meeting through Zoom.
Commissioner Weinberg, you have your hand up.
Actually, I think Victor had his hand up first. I'll defer to him.
Oh, sorry, is that a new hand?
Yeah, it's a new hand. So if you could just help me reconcile this a little bit. Chair Hubbell, you're saying that we're meeting once a month because of the governor's proclamation because of COVID. But I'm hearing from Allison that this is really a work plan issue. I'm having a hard time reconciling which one it is and what's causing us to meet once a week or once a month.
Yeah, so I will say historically, prior to COVID, we were meeting 2, if not 3 times a month, as folks will remember. And we actually didn't meet for the first 10 months of the pandemic. And since we have begun meeting in October, we've been meeting on the course of once a month to reconcile the concern that you have. What we did in January was we had sort of published and said, given a combination of the staffing and the format that we're in, that we we sort of published the schedule for the year that we were on. You are correct, it's not solely because of that, but we felt that because of the situation, we had the leeway to say that we were going to be meeting less frequently. And it is, to Andrea's point, probably more appropriate for us to, if we intend to be going back to a twice a month schedule, it is probably, especially just given that we're sort of returning back to a normal sequence of things, to leave the two, meeting times on, and until we're at a point where we're that we're going to be needing to do both meetings, we should probably just then note that we will not be having the second meeting. The other approach to that is we could certainly change the bylaws, but we will then have to come and revisit them at a point, as Allison said, probably at the beginning of the year, and we'll have to have those re-ratified by the city council. So in my mind, bylaws are meant to be a framework for this, and it does give us the leniency to cancel meetings when necessary. And so, and the rationale is not given in the bylaws, it's just really that we have the discretion when to not cancel meetings. So, I leave the conversation to the rest of the group, but that would be my interpretation of sort of the two ways that we could move forward from here, if it's a concern. Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, so I think Victor raises a valid point that if we're going to cancel the first Wednesday meetings, we need to explicitly cancel them. The bylaws doesn't say that we have to do it one at a time, one each month. We could say we're canceling all the first Wednesday meetings up until September, and then we're going to start having them again. But I do think in order to follow our bylaws, we have to have something that we publish saying the first Wednesdays are canceled up until a certain time. And I think we'll be in compliance with our own bylaws at that point.
I would have to
Commissioner
check with the city clerk if we can batch cancel, because that's not something that I've seen historically. So I would just need the city clerks, because she is the keeper of all of that.
It's not
So
explicitly ruled out in the bylaws, but yeah, it's worth checking.
Commissioner Goodman.
Yeah, I probably think that approach makes sense, just to cancel them in whatever way the city clerk thinks is appropriate. I mean, I was thinking we could maybe put the word generally before our schedule in the bylaws, and maybe that would cover us. I don't know what you think, but probably don't need to spend like so much time on this. I think it's just like, we'll just put it back and then have her cancel it.
Carolyn, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking for the simplest possible thing. I'd rather not make a tiny amendment in the bylaws and have to send it to the attorney. And so if we can get away without changing them, I prefer the approach of clearly canceling the meetings, either batch cancel or individual one by one, making it very clear to the public that we are not having a meeting at a particular time. But I do look at the bylaws as a framework, and, all things considered, we don't normally have pandemics and we meet twice a month. And I would like to not have to change it again. So I would prefer that approach.
Commissioner Murphy, do you have any comments? Just
No,
making sure
I
that we get everybody-
concur. I concur with those views. Simpler is better, and either a batch cancellation, or you just have, or you exercise your discretion at every meeting to cancel the next first Wednesday meeting of next month.
Okay. Victor, any additional thoughts? Are you okay with that approach? We're just by trying to stay within the intent of the bylaws, as well as try to make sure that we're messaging correctly to the public.
Understood. And I'm supportive of simpler, and I'm supportive of everything that we talked about here. I don't think there's a need to change the bylaws, but we do have to reconcile both the website and the meeting schedule just to make sure that we remain in compliance. So I'm supportive of what's been put forth.
Great. If I could just get a thumbs up from everybody that they're, or whoever's in favor of that approach. Great, sounds good, Andrea. We have a majority that seem to be in favor. So I would say let's just go back to noticing the meetings twice a month, and then at least for the next meeting, we'll be certainly canceling, I think, the 1st of July and most likely the 1st of August.
That was another thing that was going to come up in later.
We can talk about scheduling and the exact meeting dates at the end. There's a couple things that we need to talk about there.
Perfect. Great. So with that, are there any other comments or discussion or changes proposed for the Planning Commission bylaws? Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, it's a kind of a minor thing, but I noticed in section 4.3 where it's talking about the agenda setting, it says that with every meeting, there's going to need to be minutes presented for the prior meeting. Before the pandemic, there were some times when we would have a special meeting on the third Wednesday, or the fifth Wednesday, excuse me, of a month. And that means that oftentimes we'd have back-to-back meetings, right? We have one that's on the fifth Wednesday of a month, and then one the very next week. And that was always a time squeeze in terms of being able to turn around the minutes as well as what was being prepared for the agenda for the next meeting. So I was wondering whether to make it easier on staff, whether we might want to say the minutes from the previously regularly scheduled meeting. So in case there was a special one that was just the prior week, that there's not undue pressure on staff to produce it right away. What are you guys' thoughts?
I completely get what you're asking, and I think where we're in the clear here is that third meeting would be a special meeting and not a regular meeting. Mm-hmm. And 4.3 says that the agendas for a regular meeting shall include those items, and so the special meeting would be exempt from having the minutes from that prior meeting. That's the way I would interpret it. I'm not a lawyer, but as the chair, that's the way I would look at it. I don't know if Andrea or another staff person has a comment on that. I don't know if it is difficult or not for you guys.
Well, and there's a very similar statement in the Council and Rules of Procedure. And they do have a little bit of wiggle room because sometimes the minutes just aren't ready to go to the next meeting. So I think it's the will of the commission on this one, but I would agree with Dan's or Chair Hubbell's interpretation.
Okay, I'm not proposing that we change it. Just wanted to see if there was concern about that, or whether staff felt pressured to do the minutes right away when there's a back-to-back situation. Sounds like that's not a concern.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions or proposed changes? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion on the table to approve the Planning Commission bylaws as presented, and it has been seconded. Would the administrator like to call a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Weinberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman.
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman.
Aye.
Chair Hubbell.
Aye.
Commissioner Goodman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Rachis.
Aye.
Bylaws passed 7-0.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the conversation. And we will take action from this to just change the messaging of the meetings that we've currently not been having. Great. That brings us to item number 5, ZTR 19-003, related to the sign code update. And I believe we have a presentation from the CPD Deputy Director, Allison Van Gorp. And we will go from there with deliberation and comments. Allison.
Thank you, Chair Hubbell. I'd also like to introduce Daniel Kenny, who is the attorney who assisted us with drafting this code amendment. And I'm just going to do a brief presentation, and then I've got the draft of the code here on my screen. I was planning to kind of just roll through that and highlight some of the proposed amendments and give you an overview, and then we can go to questions and discussion. So one sec, I'm just going to turn my screen share on. All right. So for those of you that are joining us today for the first time, we did begin reviewing and discussing this issue at the last meeting. We had a presentation from Daniel Kenny regarding the Reed versus Gilbert case in the Supreme Court and its implications for Mercer Island. Tonight, we're doing our first review of the draft code, and we'll be coming back at the July meeting for a second review and recommendation. We've got 3 main sections of the code that we have under a review that relate to temporary signs, town center signs, and signs outside of town center. Okay, so I've got a couple of code changes that are proposed that kind of apply across the whole code generally. So we're exempting signs that are required by local, state, or federal law or regulations. What this means is, for example, like the land use signs that are required to be put out in front of a property where there's a proposed development or construction, or like a safety related sign that could be required, say on a utility pole, or like we were talking about previously, wireless small cell equipment. Or another example that came up when we were talking this through, sometimes if there's wetland or streams or buffers, we require that they put a sign up saying this is a protected critical area. So things like that would be exempt from the sign code regulations because the sign itself is required by another law or regulation. And we've replaced the term code official with director throughout, which is a change that we've kind of been trying to make as we go through code amendments, just to have consistent terminology. Okay. I threw a whole bunch of pictures in here as examples, and then I'm gonna jump over to go through this section of the code. So temporary signs, I think we're all familiar with the political signs and these sort of H-wire signs that seem to go up pretty frequently around the island. Another example is the A-frame signs that are often used to advertise a business. And another example is a banner, like these small ones that are on the light poles in town center. Let's see if I can just switch over here. Okay. So I'll just walk through this temporary signs section. We've really made a switch to how temporary signs are defined, and we're going more with the material and type of sign. So again, the A-frames are the signs that are staked into the ground, or the H-wires, rather than talking about the duration. I'll talk a little more about the duration later. So just a couple changes there relating to that. We added the H-frames there since those are really common. Okay, and then this section here, we're proposing to delete. We previously had a time limit on how long temporary signs could be posted, so 90 days within a year period. And really, that's just extremely difficult to enforce from the city's perspective, because to do so, we would have to go out every day and make sure this exact same sign was in the exact same place, which practically is just really difficult to do. I mean, if someone had one of those staked in signs in their yard or in the right of way somewhere, and the 90 days was up, they could simply pull it out, move it over a little bit, put it back in, and the 90 days would restart. So it's not a very practical tool for trying to limit or restrict how long these signs are out. And so we've really shifted to just defining them based on the material and the type of sign. Now, you'll remember from Daniel's presentation last month, really the implications of the Reed case are that we can't regulate the content of signs. And so this is where we start seeing some proposed amendments related to that. We've given a little more clarity to what a non-commercial sign is. So it expresses non-commercial messages such as public or community events, religious, political, ideological, or other philosophical messages. This section here, it's currently proposed as being removed, but it's probably worth a little discussion when we get to that point. So there was this prohibition on banners, pennants, and other attention-getting devices, except for when they are for a community-wide civic activity. So that appears to be a content-based regulation, because you would have to read the sign to determine if it was a community-wide civic activity or not. So we believe that that language will not work going forward. I'll say that the downside, the reason we want to consider this piece carefully is by prohibiting these, like that example I showed of the banners in town center on the light pole. If we remove this, those would be prohibited. And so we may want to look at what our options are. Do we want to allow all banners, or would that cause concerns that there'd be too many banners going up of one type or another? Or we could go to some kind of a permitting process for certain types of banners that could be allowed to go in a certain location for a certain prescribed amount of time, such as on the city light poles in town center. So we can discuss that a little more when we get to it. Okay. So there's this whole section about real estate signs. I reorganized it a little bit. I felt the way it was originally laid out was kind of confusing, and the logic was a little circular. So I just moved around the sentences. My intent was not to change the outcome or the intent of these regulations, but I did move around the order of how the information was presented. Okay, and then there's this section that is about political signs. Again, that would be content-based regulation, so we're proposing to remove that. And really, this didn't have much of a different effect from how the temporary signs are already being regulated. Like, it just refers back up to the prior section about where temporary signs can be posted. So this doesn't really have any big effect on how political signs will be regulated. They'll just be regulated as a regular temporary sign, which can be an A-frame or an H-wire or something staked into the ground, just as political signs typically are.
Allison, if I could interrupt really quickly. First, would you prefer questions at the end, or if people have questions to go ahead?
Clarifying questions, we should just go for that now. And then when we get more into the discussion and proposed revisions, we can do that at the end.
Great. I have one quick question then, and either you or Daniel may provide info on this. We talk about the content of the signs not being regulated, but I noticed right above political signs there, we specifically call out garage sales. And how would I know that it's a garage sale without reading the content? Like, how is that different Is it because it's considered a commercial sign? Just curious what the interpretation is on that.
Danielle, could you comment on that?
Yes, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to always like to make sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way that I have seen it. Garage sale signs kind of live in their own little world a little bit, but it is, an advertisement for the sale of goods, and so I think that's how it has been viewed in this circumstance.
And if I recall from the discussion last time, that commercial signs are less protected than political, ideological signs, as it speaks to content and form, etc.
I think that's a great way to put it. They are less protected. That you still have, process and restrictions there, but the Reed case did not cover commercial signs, and so they kind of live as they had before.
Great. Victor.
Just wanted to catch up because I didn't realize we were asking questions as we were going. Allison, I understand the enforceability on the time limit, but without some sort of time limit, suddenly provision A4 kind of becomes a useless thing. It becomes a suggestion or a recommendation. If there's no time limit on when it needs to be removed, then when is the responsible person supposed to remove it by? It seems that then suddenly it becomes up to the person who placed the sign there, and suddenly chaos ensues.
It's true that it's not clear when it would need to be removed, as we're proposing to no longer regulate that. I think, where this comes into play a lot is with the political signs, and typically there's sort of a request to candidates and ballot measure campaigns that once the election is over, to please remove those signs, within a few days of the election. And it's true, it doesn't have teeth behind it if this provision is updated as we proposed. But I think it has been successful in the past to request that the responsible person, go out and remove the sign in the case of the political signs. Of course, there's other types of temporary signs as well, but they're less common.
Right. So sure, and let's put political signs aside. I assume most of our political candidates, win or lose, are going to do the right thing and remove the signs. But let's say soccer camp or auction of Ferraris or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably plenty of signs that get left out past their, purpose or intent, or just really beyond the life of the event that they're promoting, or, business. I think that happens today, and we're not currently actively enforcing that.
It does happen today, which is why I'm asking a question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of prioritizing our code compliance resources, which are really limited in Mercer Island, this hasn't been a high priority issue. It hasn't been something that we've received very many complaints about. I think once in a while we get complaints when usually the bigger signs like A-frames are blocking a sight line around a corner or something. And we do enforcement on those, but for the smaller staked in signs, I would say there's very little enforcement from the city on those, and we just don't have the resources for it. So we're not really able to track those down. And I mean, like I was saying before, if we wanted to, we would have to be out there daily to check if the sign is in the same place to verify that it's happened for 90 days.
So understood. So there's, but I think we're partially pregnant on this one, where on one hand we say it's the responsibility of someone to remove a sign. We don't actually put a time frame on what that time frame is to remove that sign. Mm-hmm. So we can either say within this, you can remove the sign within this time frame, and then acknowledge the fact that at this current point, enforceability is not a priority and it's not funded. Or you can go in the other direction and just say, well, we're not going to address the issue. But right now we're kind of saying you got to remove the sign, but we're not saying when that sign needs to be removed.
So
If sorry, real quick, Daniel, I want to just bring us back. I think, Victor, you're not the only person that shares this concern with how this is being done. I want to limit now just sort of clarifying questions with Allison during the presentation, and then we'll get into a really thorough discussion around this. So I know Ted and Carolyn, you both have your hands up. Do you have clarifying questions, or did you want to continue? Were you hoping to deliberate this at which I would say to wait? Carolyn, you're still on mute.
Yeah, mine can wait
Yeah,
through deliberation. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Oh, I was going to suggest that, like, I have many, many comments and questions. Some are related to what Victor has brought up. And I think it would be a lot more productive to just kind of go through briefly with Allison right now and then come back and really chew on some of these things.
Yeah, no, that's the intent. And again, clarifying questions would just be, to clarify the intent of something, or in the case of my question, just, how something fit into something. So we will definitely get back to deliberation on that.
And I wanted to also mention there's been some sort of racket. Seems to have stopped right now, but I find it pretty distracting. hoping it stays off. That would be nice.
I put into my headphones because sometimes my microphone has weird background noises for some reason.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Friedman, you have a question?
Yeah, forgive me. I don't know if this falls within the category of clarifying, but if there's what I think is a typo, should I call that out now or wait for later?
Either is fine if it's a small thing.
It's small, but it's right here in A5. Shall not exceed 6 square feet in area, but then it says both sides of an A-frame shall be counted in calculating the sign's area. And then later in the document in paragraph 2A, it talks about a larger surface area, because 6 square feet doesn't make sense to me as the total area for an A-frame. That would be a very small A-frame.
I think it's 16 square feet, isn't it?
That makes more sense, but in A5 it says 6.
Oh, wait, what says 16? Oh, I see.
16
6
are
square feet.
subject to a permit.
Yeah, got it.
It is small. I'll note that for signs in town center, I believe larger A-frames are allowed. So this would be outside of town center. This is the existing code that is there today. If you want to propose a change to that, we could discuss that later on.
Would now be the time to propose a change or later?
No, we'll get to the changes in deliberation and once we get through
Okay.
this.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Alice. I know Daniel looked like he was going to chime in, but maybe unless it's relevant, we'll wait.
sounds good.
Great.
I will continue. I think I was somewhere down here. We talked about that. Okay. We're proposing removing this requirement that signs shall be professionally produced by a person skilled in the art of graphic design. That felt fairly subjective and perhaps not appropriate. I mean, it's hard to judge for a city staff person, what does it mean to be skilled in the art of graphic design? Is that a certain degree requirement? Does that mean you've worked in a print shop for a number of years or what? Okay, this one speaks to A-frame signs, and it says they shall be located within 100 feet of business displaying the signs. Okay, so I think I was getting mixed up. I misspoke when I was talking about the A-frames a minute ago. It's this section here where it talks about the size of them. It's not in the town center code. it gives a larger size allotment for A-frame signs. So I think that 6 square feet would only apply to the staked-in signs. And these ones are allowed 24 square feet on both sides, so 12 square feet per side, which would be approximately like 3 feet by 4 feet, which is pretty big. And then we had this question. It says they shall be located within 100 feet of the business displaying the sign. It's not clear where you measure the 100 feet from. So it might be useful to clarify, is that from the property entrance, the edge of the building, the property line, etc. And again, we've recommended eliminating this requirement for the person skilled in graphic design.
Commissioner Friedman, did you have a question again, or is that an old hand?
That's an old hand. Do I need to unhand myself? Yeah, I need to lower my hand.
Yeah, there you go.
Lower my hand. Done.
It's like an auction. You can't just keep it up. Otherwise you keep buying.
My mistake.
Okay, in a couple places here, are we now into the town center? We are, I think. I lost track. Yep, we've now moved into the section of the code that relates to town center. So these are specific only to that zone, that district. We've added in a couple places, it talks about where signs are allowed, and a wall sign can be on each street frontage. We've added alleyway or 3-block connection. So there's some places where there's alleys in town center, and in addition, with the town center regulations that were adopted back in 2016, there's requirements for 3-block connections to be constructed. So these would be like pedestrian walk-through passageways through mid-blocks. And we felt like it might make sense to allow signs on those, especially in the case that there's retail uses fronting the pedestrian connection or the alleyway. For example, with the Xinhua project that was recently going through design review, it has proposed a 3-block connection, and they have a restaurant space proposed adjacent to that 3-block connection. And so this would allow a sign for that type of use. Another thing I mentioned here is that about ATM signs. So currently a lot of banks or other businesses like pharmacies or grocery stores have an ATM, and they often have basically an extra sign on their building advertising the ATM. It's in addition to the other signs that would normally be allowed. And that's how we've been doing things historically, but when you do it closer to the code, it technically should not have been allowed, I don't think. So we wanted to ask the question if there should be some kind of exception for ATMs, or if we should consider that a separate use somehow from the business it's located in. Anyway, we can discuss that. Okay, and then window signs in town center. These are typically like a decal or sticker that is affixed to the window itself. And there's a limitation that up to 25% of the window area can be covered by these. But it's not clear, like if you're looking at a large building that might have several different tenant spaces or businesses located in the same building, does this apply to the whole frontage? Does this apply per business or per window? And so we'd like some additional clarity about how to implement this standard. We added a little thing here about replacement signs. So if a sign is removed and replaced, the wall or the ground where the sign is located should be repaired to the original conditions, so they don't leave like holes or other ugly, marks or gashes from the old sign. This is the exemption for signs that are required by regulations. Okay, here's another place where I'm asking for additional clarity. Right now, lighted signs are allowed in town center. It says they should be of high quality and durable materials, distinctive in shape and designed to enhance the architectural character. But a question that has come up several times is, are neon signs allowed? In the next section of code, we'll get to about areas outside of town center. Neon signs are explicitly prohibited, but it's silent in terms of what can be allowed in town center. So we would like some direction from the commission about whether we should allow neon signs. So they fit into this definition of high quality, durable materials, distinctive, etc. And it would be helpful to just clarify that in the code. I've also added
Allison,
a couple.
Oh, sorry. We have
Go
a
ahead.
question from Victor real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think this is a clarifying question. If not, I'm happy to wait. On item 12, it says Design Commission discretion, and it says they may waive the above restrictions.
Mhm.
What specific restrictions does that go all the way to the beginning of this? I'm unclear on which what they can waive.
I would apply to everything in this town center section.
Which is, if I'm correct, Allison, does the Design Commission only have purview over town center signs, or do they also have to approve signs outside of the town center?
They do have to approve signs outside the town center, usually, if they're new signs, if they're in a building that's been reviewed by the Design Commission.
That section also appears in the next section as well. So it's both areas.
Great.
Okay. I also wanted to mention, I think it was Commissioner Murphy that asked about it at the last meeting, the Dark Skies Initiative. I've attempted to add a couple of provisions here that would respond to the concept of dark skies. I looked through their website and it didn't have anything specific to sign lighting, but the general approach and theory that they espouse is to, limit the brightness of lights as much as possible and to direct light down. So you should have shielding or directional lighting so you don't have light shooting up into the sky. So I've attempted to add some provisions here. I said they should use the lowest feasible wattage or lumens as necessary to identify the facility or establishment, and ground mounted lighting or other upwardly directed lighting of signs is prohibited. I'm going to jump back to my PowerPoint because I wanted to show a couple of pictures related to this that I think might help illustrate what I was talking about. So this one is an example of ground-based lighting that's kind of angled up towards the sign. This is what one of those types of light fixtures looks like. It's sort of a small, this one's a more tubular light, but there's more spotlight shaped ones as well. And they do direct some light up towards the sky. If we did go ahead and prohibit that, then people would be required to go towards more of this style of lighting where there's some kind of fixtures mounted above the sign and directed down, either on a wall sign or a sign on posts or on a monument. So I wanted to give that example. Just jumping back, I also had a picture of, I don't know if you can see this very well, but this is a window sign where they've got these decals across the bottom and on the door. Okay, so now I am moving on to the section that is signs outside of town center. I moved a couple of provisions up to the top and called them general provisions because they apply to all the different sign types. This was language that was included in the existing code under one of the sign types, but we needed direction on how to measure the signs for all the different types of signs, and it made sense to just carry this through. So it just kind of describes how to measure the area of the sign, depending on if it's a boxed sign or if it's just, you know, kind of individual letters. And then I pulled this section about sign lighting up here as well. There was existing language saying that internally lit signs and neon signs were prohibited everywhere except the PPZ. The PPZ is currently just the South End Shopping Center, and that follows the regulations from the standards set forth for Town Center. So going down here just a bit. So internally lit signs, neon signs are prohibited. Externally lit signs, so signs with the lights from the outside, are allowed. And I copied the same language related to the dark skies. So use lowest feasible wattage or lumens. And the ground mounted lighting or upwardly directed lighting is prohibited. I wanted to note with this piece here, the externally lit signs, it was previously only allowed for the wall signs, and the code was silent on other types of signs outside of town center, such as monument signs or freestanding signs. And this applies to the business and commercial office zones. And so it seemed odd that those would not be allowed to have lighting. I think some already do probably. And so I'm proposing to allow the externally lit signs for all of the signs outside of town center. Okay, so that's that size provision that I carried up to the top. This section, I'll just reorganize the order a bit. And then this is where I was saying it previously allowed the exterior lighting for this one type, the wall signs. So I pulled that up to the top and allowed it for all signs. Okay, this is another section that I want to call out. I've added this. This is new code that did not exist before. Signs for neighborhood entrances, driveway entrances, or addressing in residential zones. So what I'm intending here is the signs that are outside neighborhoods, like the lakes, or whatever, or something commonly on the east and west Mercer ways where there's a long driveway that serves several houses. They'll have a sign with all the last names listed. So those were currently not allowed, or it was silent in the code to those types of signs, but we know that many of them exist. They're quite common. So we wanted to provide some code language permitting that type of sign, and calling out that they should be limited to those necessary for identification and navigation purposes. I've allowed them to be 5 feet from the property line. So this would be in the yard setbacks in some cases. And I kind of broke it out into 2 size categories. One for neighborhood entrances or groupings of 4 or more single family dwellings, which could be up to 18 square feet. And then for groupings of 3 or less single family dwellings, it could be no larger than 12 square feet. I pulled those size limits from some of the similar types of signs. Like right here, you'll see wall signs are limited to that same size.
Sorry, Commissioner Rishi, you said you, or it looked like you might have a question. Okay.
Sorry, accidentally hit the button.
That's right. Just want to make sure.
So I just called out that, these standards, I kind of made them up based on other parts of the code and what made sense to me, but definitely open to input from the commission on the best way to regulate this type of sign. Okay, one more thing here. So replacement signs, again, saying they need to repair the area where the sign was removed to the original conditions. And then a more consequential section here. Again, this is totally new code. It says non-conforming signs may be replaced with design commission approval. If an applicant demonstrates to the satisfaction of the design commission that the replacement sign is consistent with site design, the commission can approve replacement of a non-conforming sign with a new sign of similar size and type. So one thing we've seen kind of through the course of reviews is there's a lot of non-conforming signs out there for religious institutions and recreational facilities and various things that are out there, you know, non-residential uses in residential areas. And, you know, they could be non-conforming because they're in the setback or they're a little bigger than what the code says or things like that. And we've seen these organizations come in and want to make a new sign, but because it's non-conforming, they can't replace it with a new sign in the same size and location. They're required to come into conformance with the code, which might mean they've got to totally move it. It has to be set back 20 feet or something like that that they don't want to do. And so we're proposing just adding this ability to replace a sign of like size and type if it's already existing, even if it's non-conforming.
Victor, do you have a question?
I do. I think it's along the lines of what you're talking about, Allison. I'm wondering, you've brought up non-conforming signs a number of times in the presentation. Is there any thought given to grandfathering in existing signs?
Well, if something's in existence, it can stay there. It doesn't need to be removed. It can stay as long as it wants to. It can be repaired and maintained. But, you know, if you're talking about getting rid of it and building a new one, then that's when you usually would need to come into compliance with the code.
So if I have a non-conforming sign today, I am free to continue to have that non-conforming sign?
Correct, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And I think my understanding, Allison, is the intent of this is actually to say that we recognize that a business that may have been there for the last 30 years and the code has changed, it's now non-conforming, but the intent of this would be to say that if you need to replace it, you would still be able to replace it with a like,
right,
and similar.
A similar size and location. You know, they're gonna have to, you know, the signs get old after a place has been there for 40 years. The sign might be crumbling and falling apart, and it doesn't really make sense to just repair it anymore. They might want to completely rebuild a new sign, and this would just allow them to do a similar size sign in that same location, even if it's non-conforming. I think the example that came up recently was Island Synagogue wanted to replace their sign, but it was non-conforming, and so they were not able to do that. They just needed to repair the existing sign. Okay, so those two provisions were moved up to the top related to the lighting, the lit signs. Yep, that's it. So that is all of my proposed changes.
Allison, can I make one question related to neon, since we just drove by that
Sure.
term again? And you've heard this from me in other conversations that we've had when we talk about sort of materials and form. I think, you know, there's one type of neon sign. We've all been to Las Vegas, and you see, you know, exposed neon, and you know, may or may not be flashing or not. It has a certain brightness to it, but neon can also be used in an enclosure behind a because it is an efficient lighting source. Can be used, you know, behind in an enclosure behind something that maybe looks more like structured block letters or something like that.
Yeah.
Does this draw a distinction in that, like, because I think the intent obviously is to prevent the sort of neon Vegas style or the flashing open signs in a window, but from a practicality standpoint, they can be used in other ways. So I'm just curious, is that the right way to be, A, is that the intent, and B, is that the right way to be regulating that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I don't really know what the intent was when this original sign code was adopted. I think it was quite a long time ago, so it's unlikely that anyone's around from when this was developed originally. I don't know why neon signs were prohibited outside of town center at that time. I definitely think there's nice looking neon signs around, and like the language in the town center section of the code spoke to, I don't memorize, but you know, having a well-designed and architecturally pleasing sign or something along those lines. So, you know, standards like that do give you a little more flexibility in terms of the, you know, type or technology of the lighting in the sign.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Weinberg.
Yeah, I guess on the topic of the neon signs, one pattern that I'm seeing in the sign code is that there is a steering towards reflected light rather than emitted light. So that if there's a light shining down on the sign and the light reflects off that sign, that's what allows people to see it. That is considered more favorable than if there's light inside the sign coming out at the viewers, or coming up from the bottom, and some of it gets around the sign and goes up into the sky. And so I think from that point of view of trying to have it be more reflective light, neon signs are emitting light by kind of their nature. And so I think that if the purpose is not to have excess lumens bouncing around town, that it seems like it would not favor having neon signs allowed. I mean, if they're non-conforming, but they were legal when they were made, then certainly they're grandfathered in. But it doesn't seem to be that the pattern in the rules here is wanting to have neon signs.
That's true for the areas outside of town center where internally lit signs are prohibited currently. But with the current town center sign code, it does allow internally lit signs. And so that's, I think, where the question I was asking was whether the commission wants to consider changing this for both in town center and outside town center. I think that it's at your pleasure.
Well, if I remember correctly, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, there were a couple other hands here. Did you want to do you have a clarification to that comment, Ted, before we move on? Or?
I remember there was somewhere in I'm seeing that you couldn't have lighting coming out of the awning, but you could have it be like backlit or something, so that there's. I have to look at find the exact clause that I'm remembering in here, but if you're saying that there are places where having light emitting signs is allowed, then
roll up to the town center.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't distinguish between internally lit or externally lit for the town center. It just talks about they should be designed to enhance the architectural character, etc. So the internally lit signs are allowed in town center, but when then you go down to the next section about outside town center, it explicitly says internally lit signs are not allowed and neon signs are not allowed.
Okay.
Commissioner Murphy and then Commissioner Goodman.
Yeah, following up on that line, why are internally lit signs not allowed outside town center? I mean, I can envision, you know, very attractive, sort of low wattage, internally lit signs that would be easily visible from the street so people could identify a location, but would not be either offensive or, you know, throwing a lot of unnecessary light into the area. So I'm trying to understand what the logic is of prohibiting those outside of town center.
Yeah, I don't know. That was in the existing code, and you know, it's been that way for a long time. I imagine that back whenever this was written, you know, it may have been 20, 30 years ago. I'm not sure. Perhaps they felt like the lighted signs were just too bright. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like that can, and we can dive into this later, but it seems to me that that could be better managed by controls on the lumens or some measure, performance measure.
Commissioner Goodman.
I wanted to clarify, when we're talking about these neon signs, are those just signs that are outside, like with a business name, or could they also be like an open close sign that people turn on and off at the end of the day, or maybe something that says like, nail salon or something in their window? Or is it just something that's external?
The outside town center code is not super clear. I don't think there's any regulations in here about window signs. So I think it's
Are they kind of just, they're just not regulated, like the code's silent on it?
kind of
thing?
silent on things that would be in a window. But yeah, definitely they'd be prohibited outside the building.
So inside, like no regulation, and then outside is what kind of we're discussing. Okay.
Mhm. And I think, you could quibble over whether it's technically allowed in a window or not to say open or something, but I think unless there was complaints about something, it's unlikely that we would be following up on that.
Ted, you still have your hand up. Did you have another question, or is that just a
Old hand. Sorry.
old hand? Quick question, and then we'll move into, I think, Allison, it sounds like you're done going through everything. And then maybe what we can do is I have a list of things that I had written down that you said we sort of that you need some guidance on. So let me ask my question first. This gets to the outside of town center, section 11, prohibited signs, item G, which is portable signs, such as signs on trailers, are prohibited. This may sound like a nit, and maybe this falls under the exemptions of things that are allowed by local and state federal rules. But two things that I've seen recently, especially, one you see frequently is we have the police trailer with the radar with the speed limit thing. Would that be considered a temporary sign of some kind? I'm assuming that there's probably, that falls under the exemption because of traffic control, but it's an example. And then the second one, we haven't seen it here, but I could envision if for example, one of the churches on Island Crest ended up being a local vaccination center during the pandemic this last year, and there was a portable reader board on a trailer directing people to that facility. It would obviously be outside of the town center and fall within those regulations. I would read that as not being permissible just based on this. So I don't know if you interpret that, or if again, you can't use use or the messaging in a way to determine what is allowed or not allowed. So just curious if either the attorney or you have a thought on that.
Daniel, would you mind commenting on those electronic reader boards and police speed signs?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the quick answer is that typically government speech is regulated differently, and that's signs of a governmental entity. I was just scrolling through to try to see if we've identified that specifically as a call out in here. The church doing the vaccinations, that's a unique kind of one-off situation. I think you could probably order or argue that is possibly related to a government, program or something like that for the vaccinations. That would not be the same if the church had a bazaar selling stuff for a fundraiser or something like that and wanted to put a trailer out, certainly. But it's certainly a unique situation.
Victor.
So Chair Hubbell, I think you raised an interesting point on the trailers. I had envisioned something completely different when I read trailers. I envisioned one of those things gets pulled around that has the vertical billboard on it.
Yeah.
And so
I think that's the intent of this section.
Right. Well, and so again, I don't want to mix discussion with clarification, but I guess my clarifying question is a definition of trailer here.
So you'll learn my my way of doing things. I will always ask leading questions in the beginning that will drive us to a conversation to exactly where I think you were going, which is there's some lack of clarity around the definition there. So yeah, I fully agree that that was just not clear. So so with that, Allison, I want to look at the time at 7:30. I have the feeling we're going to have a fair amount of discussion. I'm wondering if it warrants taking a brief break for everyone to just stand up and stretch their legs, grab a glass of water, and then come back. Because I have a feeling we'll spend a little bit of time sort of discussing a number of these items. You had a number of questions, and then I'm sure there's other questions from the team here. So would everybody be amenable to a 10-minute recess, and then we'll adjourn or reconvene at 7:40? Great. Sounds good. We will see you in 10 minutes.
She was sitting and looking so nicely at the camera.
I'll just pose for you. And I'm going to ruin it by eating a snack.
That's how my cat likes to come over my shoulder onto me.
Yep, she's definitely in the I need attention mode right now.
It's the you're supposed to be done for the night by now, Dad.
Tiffin, do you have any plans with the kids for the summer? Any vacation to make up for last year? Or?
Yes, we're sending them to camp. Yes, we're packing up the house. We've been packing all week. They're going to various camps next week. So I'm very excited. We're dropping two of them off in California, and one is going on like a 3-week wilderness outdoor adventure in which I will not have any contact with him. So we'll see him at the other end.
Well, that'll be good. Given everyone being cramped away for the last year and a half, it'll be good to get them, for them to get out.
I think so. I think it'll be great for them. Yeah.
Great. Let's see. Do we have everyone back? I saw Andrea had popped on, so we're still recording. So great. I see everyone here. Allison, so I think for purposes of discussion here, what I'm thinking is I have 3, 4, 6, 7. I have 7 items that I wrote down. I may have missed 1 or 2 that you pointed out. I'll go through this list real quick of things that I heard either you wanted clarification on or others. So at the minimum, we should at least touch on these, and then maybe if others can just quickly say, hey, I've got something I can add to the list. That way we don't lose track of all of the things that we want to discuss if there's any big things. And then what we'll do is we'll just open it up to a forum. The intent for tonight will be to just give sort of consensus direction to Allison around, hey, for example, on the timing, I know we're going to have some good discussion on that. We may or may not come to a specific time itself, but the direction may be, hey, we think there needs to be something, go draft something, with the intent that for the next meeting, we'll be presented with a sort of a more thorough and cleaned up code that answers some of the open questions. We'll have the continuation of the public hearing so that the public can comment on those items if they so wish. And then hopefully that'll get us to a point where we're a little bit closer that we can get into the more formal process of approving and amending all of this. Any questions on that process? And I'll just quickly mention my list, and then we'll just sort of go through in order if that's all right with everybody. Carolyn?
Yeah, when you said we'll just go through in order, does that mean we'll start at the top and move through the document?
We could certainly do it that way. I wrote down 7 very specific things that Allison had asked for clarity on. Mm-hmm. And so what I'd like to do is go through sort of the order of those things. We need to make sure that we touch on them. So Allison, I don't know if you prefer that we go through them in the order of the document or not. I know Carolyn, you probably organized yourself that way. Mm-hmm.
The order doesn't make too much difference to me, but I think it would be helpful to touch on those bigger policy questions first and then delve into the other, questions, comments, suggestions from the commissioners.
Would that be okay, Carolyn? We can go through this list and then we'll come back and then you can sort of go through the document as you normally do and just sort of scan through each section and sort of provide.
All right. If we can figure out where we are in the code, I'll try to find in my notes where that item is, and then I'll try to dig up what I had or whatever to bring into that conversation.
Yeah, the good news is that Allison went through these in order through the document. So the order that I've written them down is probably in a pretty good order. So I think we'll be okay. These are the things that I wrote down. The timing on temporary signs. the 100-foot requirement for the frontage of signs in the business zone, ATMs, the coverage of window signs, neon signs, uplights, and then the neighborhood entrances. So those are the things that you called out that you wanted, that were either new or you wanted clarity on. Are there any others, Allison, that I may have missed or?
I'm just scanning through. I think it pretty much covers it.
So why don't we go through these and then, and they were basically brought up in the order that we went through the document. So if along the way we do catch something that either Commissioner Boatsman, you want to bring in the middle of that as we're going through the document, or if Allison, there's something else we've missed, we'll just make sure to pick those up. So why don't we start with the big one? Because I know there's a few people that want to talk about this, and timing, duration of time for temporary signs and definitions around that. And I know there were a few comments earlier. So either Ted or Victor, I know you guys both had comments. Did you want to start? Ted?
Can we get the code up so we could be looking at it while we're talking, please?
Sure.
This is section 1906-020A8E, I think. It's on page 2 of 14 in the. So I agree with Victor that we need to have a number in there defining the limit. I think that whether it's enforceable is orthogonal to the issue. I think that if we didn't have any, if we said that if it's not enforceable, we shouldn't have the law, then we wouldn't have speed limits, we wouldn't have taxes. So I think we need to have a number in there so we know what the boundary is between a temporary sign and something that's a permanent sign. And I think, like the tree code, we kind of expect that the enforcement is going to be through hearing from the public as to when they think something's wrong out there, rather than somebody going out and counting all the trees every day or counting all the signs every day.
Let's see, I see Victor, Commissioner Boatsman, and Daniel.
I just quickly ask, are we on number 4 on this page? Is that what we're talking about?
It's technically, well, it's a number of things. If you scroll down, Allison, there's a provision there, item E, that was the time limit of 90 days was struck.
Okay.
And Victor, somehow we weren't hearing you, so.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I agree with what Ted said. He summarized my position on this well. The thing I will add is that there are a number of other places in this sign code that are even less enforceable, but yet they are in the code. So for instance, I don't have the exact the place in the code, but it talks about making sure that signs that are temporary signs, I believe, the stakes, like the political signs, they are placed in a way where they don't damage roots and plants and things like that. And you also have something further in the code that talks about signs in cars. And I've got questions on that after when my turn comes up. I'm happy to raise those issues, but I'll point out that none of these are super enforceable, but yet they're in the code. So I'll just concur with what Ted said.
I muted myself, sorry. Carolyn, you had a comment.
Can we scroll up and look at number 4 again, please? Okay. So we're talking about whether it's the responsibility of the person posting a sign to remove it. We're also talking about whether it has to be removed at all.
Actually, that's not the issue I raised. The issue I raised is we have point number 4, which says it's the responsibility of the person posting a sign to remove it. Agreed. And then further down, and I think we'll scroll to it in a second here. I think it's around section B1. We actually remove the time frame for when that sign needs to be removed. So we say a person should remove the sign as currently proposed. We're saying a person should remove the sign sometime.
Yeah, I'm afraid Dan, I'm just gonna afraid I'm having a very hard time following. I don't know what section we're talking about. It's very hard for me to figure out what my comment is. I mean,
so we're
could we just look at
on-
one thing at a time and then,
so
talk
Carolyn,
about it and then keep going?
Carolyn, we're looking at the first section, which is around temporary signs.
Yeah.
And the matter that was brought up, I mean, there's a whole section of code around temporary signs, and the issue at a point here is, should there be a time limit that a temporary sign can be put up? There previously was a time limit, and it was item E that is struck at the bottom of the screen, that was of 90 days in any 65-day period. So you can see page 2 of 14 as listed on the page number there where that existed. But it's all related to temporary signage and the timing that a temporary sign is allowed to be in existence.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, when it's my turn, I'll have a comment about that. But thank you.
Okay. The attorney, Daniel, you have a comment.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd provide some kind of context to some of what we're dealing with here. And I'm going to come at it from a few different angles. And so I'm going to try to do that in a thoughtful way, but please jump in if you've got any questions on what I'm saying. So if you recall, because we can't treat political signs different, we're clumping all of our temporary signs into one bucket in terms of these regulations. What's complicating about that is that under Washington law, there are restrictions on time limits for political signs. I'll explain those in just 2 seconds. But with restrictions on time limits for political signs under Washington law and the inability to parse out restrictions for political signs, that means that our time limits for all temporary signs must comply with that law. That can be confusing. So if anybody didn't understand that, I'm happy to try to rephrase that or make myself clearer, because it's kind of the underlying issue that we've got here. So I'll pause. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I could paraphrase what I heard, which is Washington state law does not allow us to further restrict the time limits for political signs beyond whatever the state law may or may not dictate. Therefore, because of the lawsuit that we are trying to, or the case law that we're trying to address through the sign code, we must treat political signs the same as all other temporary signs. Therefore, all temporary signs de facto are sort of governed by the time limits or lack thereof for political signs.
Yes, great summary. That's essentially it. And then the quick summary of what those state law political sign time limits are is that the Washington Supreme Court has determined that pre-election time restrictions on political signs are unconstitutional. And so 30 days, whatever, before an election, you can't post before that. You could have a reasonable post-election time period for removal of an election sign. But when you couple that one with the Reed case, the federal US Supreme Court case that says you can't differentiate, you can't have a post-election because you're effectively getting into that content. So we've got these competing ways to deal with duration, both at the state level and the federal level. And that makes it complicated because, again, everybody's treated, every non-commercial temporary sign's treated the same. And so we can parse that out because that's, again, it makes my head spin a little bit. So we can talk about that. From an enforceability standpoint, though, I think I would push back a little bit on the statements that were made on that, because from a code enforcement standpoint, when somebody like myself might get involved for a hearing, if that is challenged, whether it's placed in the sidewalk in the correct location because of roots or irrigation, we can prove that because you can see a sign stake that went through an irrigation pipe. What we can't prove and we can't establish from a code enforcement standpoint is if that particular political sign, just as an example, could be any temporary non-commercial, but that political candidate has 75 signs in your community that are all identical, and they're all 10 feet apart in some locations, and to know that that sign was in that location for that duration of time is virtually impossible from a code enforcement standpoint. Whereas all the other restrictions, some of them are certainly easier than others to establish from a code enforcement standpoint, but you can identify if they are in compliance or if they are not. Whereas a durational one, again, to say that that identical sign is in that location when you didn't have a staff member go out there for 87 of the 90 days or whatever that is, we can't establish that from a code enforcement standpoint on an appeal. And so it makes it very challenging to be able to put forward time limits. Well, I'm sorry, it's challenging to use time limits for any practical purpose. And then I think the final thing I would say, because I'm sure there'd be discussion on some of this, is that number 4 above is it's responsibility of the person posting the temporary sign to remove it. There are other reasons why you need to remove that sign. The quality of the sign degrading, the method and form of the installation not being proper, things like that. So there are other reasons why that requirement, that it is your responsibility to remove it, could be implicated. It is not merely a if outside of the time limit. That's not written there. Certainly could have been had that been there, but I think there are other ways to go around requiring it to be removed.
Great, thank you. I saw Victor first and then Michael and then Ted, but I see Victor's camera is off. Are you there, Victor?
I am.
Sorry, like me, I was trying to snack, so I can come back to you if you'd like.
No, that's fine. So I guess this is for the attorney, Daniel. What do you recommend here? You mentioned that there are other ways to get around or to get to the removal of the sign. How does that happen? Like what is the language that we would need to use? Can we, it sounds like we can't just adopt the political sign language, but I'll go back to what I said kind of earlier in the meeting, where it seems very open-ended. On one hand, you're obligated to remove the sign, but you're not told by when. So if I place a sign, you say remove the sign. I'm going to get to it when I get to it.
Well, so yeah, I mean, without a duration, you'll get to it when you get to it, assuming it's in compliance with all the other requirements. So it's in good form and function. It's not degrading. It's not a danger to blow over in the wind. It's not in a irrigation system or something. So yes, I think for that, in terms of options, I mean, we could brainstorm other options and provide those options to you. What I have seen is, number one, certainly a number of codes do not have a time limit for temporary signs. So that is an option. That's one direction. Another option that I've seen, though, in practice, it hasn't really been utilized yet, just because everybody's kind of early on in the process, is some way to have for example, a 90-day duration where you have to kind of like certify to the city, I'm going to put this sign out here for 90 days. And you're allowed to continue it after that for another 90 days. You can renew it, but you have to have an intentional act to renew that. It's not, I mean, what I've seen a few clients do is have basically a self-certification online form to say, here's who I am, this is the sign, this is location, and you get kind of a auto-generated, you can put that out there for 90 days. Then at the end of that 90 days, it either comes down or you renew it. I have not heard a city successfully come up with an actual definitive duration for temporary signs, given kind of a range of challenges that cities face with that.
Commissioner Murphy, you were next.
This is a question again for Daniel. Could you approach it from both ends and say that signs, the temporary signs have to be removed within X days after the event being advertised is over or has occurred, and then also have a time limit, whether it's 90 days or whatever the date number is, and then have a qualification or exception to that, except as otherwise provided under state law, which would then, I think, may sweep in the protections afforded political signs under the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court.
I think I'd have to get probably a little bit more clarity and think about that, but I think it would be a challenge. I think a lot of people that would have that if you read a requirement that says read the sign and then count backwards, the kind of the very high level principle from the Reed case was if you have to read it, it's content based and it's strict scrutiny. So if there isn't an event, it can stay out longer, but if there is an event, it can stay out shorter. And so that content of the sign, whether it advertises an event or not, results in a different set of regulations for the exact same sign in the same location. And I think that's what you're probably run into with that. And there's a whole slew of other considerations. I mean, we've all seen whether it's a political sign or an ideological sign, or an ideological sign that people think is a political sign, they stay out for longer than an election cycle. You know, you have a primary, you have a general election, you also have, you know, we're in Pride Month and having pride flags, or, you know, Trump isn't running, but Trump has flags out all over the place. You have BLM flags and signs. So you have things that are, you know, fit kind of all of these different categories that don't have events necessarily, but may also be tied to an event. So it gets quite complicated when you think about, you know, the POW flags, you know, all sorts of things like that fall into this.
Yes, I understand that, but many of those would be sort of semi-permanent signs, but you would at least sweep in some of the signs that you could get rid of, or at least have guidance to people to get rid of. I'm not sure if I buy your logic that you have to get into the content of the sign to see if it's temporary, because under that logic, we can't even regulate temporary signs, because by its very nature, you have to read the sign to know whether it's temporary or not.
Well, so no, I mean, the way that the code is written, it's more of a form and function of the sign. So it's a stake sign, an H-frame sign, an A-frame sign. So it's the form and the function that makes it the temporary nature of the sign, as opposed to the message itself. And so like you said, if you are able to sweep in certain signs but not others based on its tie to an event being expressed on the sign, that's the exact type of certain things being regulated and certain things not that we're going to try to avoid.
Okay. Ted?
Yeah, so my understanding from what you were saying, Daniel, is that the state Supreme Court's ruling provides a special treatment for signs based on what's on them, specifically political signs. And I'm wondering, is that by its nature unconstitutional, given what the U.S. Supreme Court has now said with Reed versus Gilbert?
Great question. I'm going to avoid stepping on toes of everyone that's above me in the,
Above
the
us
state.
too.
I mean, yes. So for example, MRSC, which is your Municipal Research Service Center, has great resources for you and I. Includes a note in this section that says, note, after read, regulations imposing post-election time limits on political signs would be considered content-based, unconstitutional, and should not be enforced. And so we have an incongruent layering of US Supreme Court and Washington Supreme Court case law that hasn't really been worked out. And there are absolutely state sign code related things that are not yet content neutral. So the state hasn't dealt with this across the board, and I would be interested to know when those things would change. There are political sign regulations on a county and state level for candidates, for example, that are, I mean, they're inherently content based. So I would be interested to see when those change. The ones that I've looked at haven't changed yet. Some may have.
Commissioner Friedman, I think I saw your hand next, and then Commissioner Goodman.
Well, I'm thinking, is it safe to assume, Daniel, that we're talking exclusively about temporary signs, right?
This section speaks yes to that.
Okay, and so, and I think if I heard you correctly, if the code, the ordinance treats all temporary signs the same, then there's no, we're conforming to both the federal law and the state law. Is that accurate? Am I oversimplifying it?
So that's only part way. So yes, I agree with that. We should be doing that. We should be treating them all the same.
Right.
But what we can't do is treat them all the same in a way that conflicts with the state Supreme Court decision. Like, for example, pre-election timeframe. So if we said you can only have signs up 30 days before an event, a temporary non-commercial sign 30 days before an event,
right,
that is unconstitutional under Washington Supreme Court.
And that's because a campaign sign can go up as early as you want it to go, a political campaign sign? Because
that type of restriction is unconstitutional for political signs. And because we treat them all the same, they all get treated that way.
Okay, so let me just make sure I understood you correctly. According to to state law, you cannot put a start date restriction on political campaign signs. We can't say no political campaign signs can go up in more than 90 days before an election. You can't do that.
Correct.
Okay. And is there a limit on quantity or quantity within road median? And I think everyone knows what I'm talking about here, right? Like Island Crestway median, and one campaign will put up 20 signs within 20 feet of each other. Like, can we have any kind of control of that or no?
So that is going to be more of a policy decision that would need to be supported by information and resources that would show that it would need to be done. But yes, I have seen a range of what's called time, place, manner restrictions, which is the intermediate scrutiny. It's the next layer down. It's easier to do for restrictions. So things like a setback from corners for side view triangles to make sure that there's safety at an intersection, setback from the curb so car doors can open and close, and then even depending on how you pull it together, a setback from each other so you don't create a wall of signs along a roadway, for example, so you can't see a pedestrian that might be actually right next to you that's coming up to a driveway or something like that. So all of those we would need to establish as having a significant government interest in doing that. Safety, aesthetics, traffic safety, those things are certainly things that you can regulate for. Not allowing in traffic circles and medians Absolutely, that's a common one. You don't want people darting across the street to something that's not intended to have people on it to put up a sign and come back. And then other things like we talked about, they can't be susceptible to being blown away in the wind or being knocked over or degrading in the rain to the point where they become a hazard. So there's a whole range of ways that you can do that. And the number and a location can be done in some ways as well.
I think the aesthetic issue is the biggest, right? I mean, over my time living in this community, those are the conversations I've had with countless friends is, here comes election season and there's, a gazillion signs out there that blanket our entire community. So I'm disappointed to hear that you can't limit the start date. I don't think taking them down in a timely manner has ever been an issue in this community. I feel like, that's a solution looking for a problem. But it's the quantity that is just obscene. And if we can address that primarily as an aesthetic issue, then that would be, that's where my head is going. So thank you.
So just, if I may, just a very quick response.
Yeah.
So on those two issues, again, there is county and state elections requirements for signs for candidates. And I think that's largely why you see them come down so quickly, and the cities don't have to have anything on that. So I think that's a typical thing that I hear, is that after an election, it's really not as big of a deal as before. And that's, I think, largely why. And in terms of quantity, again, having some time, place, manner restrictions on how they can be placed and where they can be placed, as opposed to a number per person or something like that, that one's virtually impossible as well. Again, from a political standpoint, you don't know who put it out there unless you start requiring permits. And that's very rare to have a true permit process for temporary signs when those signs are intended to be kind of the quick and easy communication. And on that note, rights of way in most locations, not all, are traditional public forums, and they're intended to be used for First Amendment protected speech, and political speech is specifically protected under state and federal law. And so I'm not saying you wanted to do this, but if we were trying to ratchet temporary non-commercial signs down too far, we could be trending too far over the line on restricting a traditional public forum and restricting political speech. Those are big picture things, and I know you weren't saying get rid of them or anything like that, but I think there are time, place, manner restrictions that could be used to try to control some of that.
I have one follow-on question, and then Tiffin, I'll go to you. Daniel, you mentioned, and this is related to Commissioner Friedman's comment, the distance. There's a potentially an opportunity for distance requirements, as you mentioned, for the reasons that you cited. You would not, however, be able to say that you can have. My understanding is that you couldn't say the same sign cannot be within 20 feet of an identical sign, because it would require you to actually look at and read what the content of the sign is versus just the function, right? So one candidate could only have a sign every 20 feet, but another candidate could put something in the middle of that. Therefore, it was less than 20 feet. Technically wouldn't be allowed because you have to look at the content of the sign, if I'm correct, versus every sign has to be a certain distance irrespective of which candidate it's for.
Well, yeah. So for a number of reasons, actually. So signs aren't put out by a candidate, right? They're put out by 75 people in support of a candidate. And so you couldn't say, well, that candidate sign and that candidate sign, they could be for two different people's signs. And so what I would encourage is looking at just a temporary sign, or a temporary sign of a certain type, meaning like stake sign or something like that, and having placement. I think, again, so when you start to peel back, the layers, it gets more and more complicated. So again, because we don't have code enforcement that's out there every day, morning and afternoon, we don't know who was there first and who wasn't. And so if somebody puts out a sign and then somebody else puts one right next to it that's not in compliance, do you pull both signs because they're now both in violation. I mean, does that become a tactic of trying to clear signs out and say, I'll go put signs too close? They got to pull them both because they don't know it was me that did it. And so it becomes very challenging when you have restrictions like that to clean that up. You hope people comply, absolutely. And you hope that they go out there and say, I want to put a sign on this corner. I'm going to go 5 feet from that sign. If the corner's full, do they just put it anyway and see who gets pulled? It becomes very challenging. Temporary signs are a huge challenge.
Thank you. Tiffin?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just propose we remove number 4. I don't really think it's very necessary. And I think that if people didn't remove their signs, they'd start getting phone calls from the community. And clearly we're not going to come up with a time limit. The bigger question I have is what opportunity or do we have to basically say a sign can be removed if it's, you know, falling apart? I know if it's hazardous, it can be removed, but like under what regulations could the city actually remove a sign without coming into an issue?
Allison, do you have comments on that or
Sorry, I was
Daniel?
trying to unmute. Typically, in my experience with code compliance related to signs, we have removed signs that kind of fall under this section here. They're creating a traffic safety problem, like they're blocking sight lines or they're blocking the sidewalk, things like that. I think, you know, we're proposing adding this provision here about signs shall at all times be maintained in an aesthetic and safe condition. Daniel referred to that a couple times, and how if the sign starts to deteriorate, that might be a reason why it would need to be removed. So, you know, I think if someone had some sort of temporary sign up in their yard with, you know, a political viewpoint or philosophical viewpoint, and it had been up there for a number of years and was starting to fall apart and look terrible, you know, code compliance could say, hey, your sign is not being maintained and you need to either repair it or take it down.
Yeah, I see, Carolyn, I think your hand is still up from before, or did you have a comment on?
Yes, I
this?
have a number of comments and questions. So I have just exited your screen, so let me come back to that, please. Well, I'm sorry, I'm lost, but nonetheless, I can follow it on my own copy here. Okay, so I'm just thinking about what is the problem we are trying to solve about political signs? You know, is it duration? Is it the number? Is it the location? I would like, you know, any answers that are offered to me, I would appreciate if they're not legal opinions from court cases, but just what can we do or what can't we do would be more useful for me. I would just like to see signs be able to be removed by the person who put them in within a certain number of days. So granted, that may be very difficult to enforce or not even enforceable, but there's all kinds of things in our code that are not enforceable. Either they're not enforceable from just a feasibility standpoint, or because we don't have the staff to enforce them. However, most people follow codes when they know what the code says. So if you had a clause in there that the person putting the sign in has to remove it, I think most people will say, oh, I have to remove that, and they would do it. And a few people wouldn't. And if you said that, political signs can't be up for more than, 3 weeks after the election or something, most people would remove them. So here's something I don't understand. Is federal and state law telling us exactly what we can and can't do in this regard? I've been hearing some conversation about state law saying we can do this and can't do that. What exactly does the state law say we can do regarding political signs? And do we have to put that in our own code, or is it somehow something we can just ignore because it's in state regulations? So there's a few questions there, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
If anybody can give me any feedback, that would be great.
yeah, sorry. I think I got called on, but the chair was muted, so I wasn't sure. So I think that there's a few different answers, right? So anything that's written in the city's code needs to be legally defensible. And so even if you're just looking for hopeful compliance, we have to be able to defend it if it gets challenged, either directly or indirectly. And so I think the example that I would give as being, potentially problematic is if and again, we're not regulating political signs. That's totally out the window. We're regulating temporary non-commercial signs. So we're in a temporary sign section. We're never going to say anything about political signs. We are only using that reference as one of the types of signs that fall in this bucket of regulations. And so what makes that slightly more complicated is that there is the state law. So for example, the one that is the hardest to work with is that a pre-election restriction on a political sign is unconstitutional. And so if somebody wants to, if you said temporary signs can only be out for 90 days, and somebody wanted to put out a political sign, which is in the bucket of a temporary sign, 120 days before an election and have it go all the way through to the election, we couldn't tell them no, because that would be restricting the duration before that election they can put that sign out. So again, in terms of just the practical, what you can and can't do, I think you can have time, place, manner restrictions in terms of stake signs cannot be placed in a sight distance triangle, should not be placed within 3 feet of a curb, should not be placed in a manner to create a wall of signs longer than 5 feet wide or something like that.
Where are all those requirements that you're just citing? I've not seen those in our code, I don't think.
Those are in my head.
Are they coming from the state or?
No, I'm literally putting out potential ideas for you to consider.
Okay.
And again, I think the marching orders that, as I understood them, was not a complete overhaul of the code, and that's why we have fairly focused revisions of the code. If you were to look to add a whole different scope to your temporary signs, that would be a whole rewrite of that section, and so that might be a different request of staff and perhaps a different request of planning commission. And I would defer to the deputy director on, whether that scope is truly in front of you or if we're sticking with a smaller scope.
Well, the things I brought up, I only brought up because I hear people talking about them. I would prefer to just look at the code that we were given in 3 sections, 1 town center, 1 outside town center, and maybe there's a third one, I can't remember. I would love to just look at that code, give my input to what was drafted. And I think having things under those categories will keep us disciplined in what we're talking about and what the scope of this project is.
So Carolyn, with all due respect, that's exactly what we're doing. We're looking at page 1 of the first piece of the section. There was a piece of code that was presented to us, which had a strike through where previously our code had a time limit and it was removed. And there were commissioners that were concerned that we no longer had a time limit for temporary signs.
Okay, let's look at that one section then. If we could just look at that one section and stick with it, that would be great.
So that's exactly what we've been doing. We have not diverted from that section. We've been looking at section A. On this page, there are a couple of phrases, but most specifically, it is item E that is struck through, and all of the conversation has been around whether or not we have the legal ability to actually have any sort of restriction on the time limit a temporary sign can exist.
So
And
I would just question, can we say, is there any way we can leave that statement in? If not, let's take it out and talk about other things.
So what I have heard from the attorney is that there is no defensible way for us to put a restriction on time. And as he has just suggested in the conversation with you, there are other means that we could restrict the placement of the signs. And Allison can back me up, the city council and their direction to us in reviewing this was strictly to bring our code into compliance with the case law that was before us, and it was not necessarily to rewrite all of the sections
Well, sure.
in that matter.
Yeah,
So
so we're not talking about placement. We're just talking about duration. If we can't do it, we can't do it. I would say, let's move on. Let's talk about other things.
great. So I saw Ted's hand go up, and then I saw Victor's hand go up. Let's get the final comments from them. And
So if we can look at section or paragraph A.7 that's on page 1 that has talking about signs required by local, state, or federal regulation or law are exempt from this section. What would happen if we were to change that to say signs required or protected by state, local, or federal rule, regulation, or law are exempt from this section, and then throw in a number down below and say, well, the political signs, they're protected by state law, so they aren't subject to the 90-day or 130-day or whatever the number is that we end up putting in for it. But that way we essentially satisfy Washington State by saying you've protected it, and we've had that clause in there that says the number doesn't apply to the thing you've protected, but all the rest of our signs, they got a number. And then we have something that gives guidance to our citizens as to how long to leave a sign up. Would that work?
I would not recommend it. It's the city's sign code and the city's enforcement of that sign code that will lead to the litigation. So I would not recommend that.
And the subtext of what I heard from you, Daniel, and I know that you probably wouldn't say this out loud, but it sounds to me like the current language relating to some of those codes in the state rules and regulations are probably out of compliance and will likely change as they review those in the future.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that the common the common understanding of the Reed case is that from a non-commercial sign perspective, content-based regulations don't work. I just pulled up the guide for elections and signs, and there are WACs that talk about temporary political campaign signs. They're limited to a maximum size of 32 square feet. Must be removed with 10 days following an election, et cetera, et cetera. So they have an entire section of regulations just for political signs. And if a sign of the exact same type is in the exact same location and is not a political sign, these regulations don't apply. And so by their very nature, they are content-based. They express a political message. They have these restrictions. If they don't express a political message, they don't have these restrictions. And so I don't know what the state, how the state will deal with the Reed case on this, or if and when that is challenged. But for that section 7, that's a different section. But I think at least for the time being, the city does have the benefit of state election laws that help on the political sign section of it. But when it comes to your code, I wouldn't go there, because you're the one that will be sued if you pull it. And if you have code that's in place, they can sue you for having that code, whether it's as applied or not. So that, yeah.
So someone would sue us if we said that a sign that's protected by state law is exempt from this code, that would cause a lawsuit?
Yes, because a sign that is not exempt from the sign code would get treated differently when they're the exact same physical sign type. A stake sign, depending on what's on it, it may be exempted from the code or not.
the state has definitely put us in a catch-22 sort of position, which is not great.
Does line 7 already have that conflict though, where it says signs required by state, local, state, or federal rule? I mean, what requires them is what's on the sign. Right?
No. So the requirement, that's like a land use notice or something like that, where a law has established that you must put up a sign on a telephone pole. There's FCC notices or something like that. And so we're saying that you must put a sign up for a traffic diversion or something like that, as opposed to just another regulation on the sign you want to put up.
Victor, you were next.
So just a point of clarification, responding to Carolyn's questions and comments. I believe the discussion is not only for political signs, but it's for all temporary signs. We deal with political signs once every 2 years or once every 4 years based on the election cycle. For the rest of the time, we deal with temporary signs in areas like the four-way stop on Island Crest down by Sunnybeam, Island Crest off-ramp, both coming from Bellevue and coming into the town center from Seattle, as well as 40th and Island Crest Way. There's a proliferation of signs there pretty much all the time. And they're advertising things like soccer camps, as I mentioned, and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and all kinds of other things. And so, yes, understood that we can't regulate political signs, but it would be great to be able to put some time limit on some of those other signs for all of the rest of the non-political seasons. Given Daniel's feedback and kind of what Chairman Hubbell has described as having our hands tied, I would support Tiffin's proposal to just remove section number A4. It really serves no purpose.
Allison, I have no opinion on either direction on that, but to the point that I think that the two commissioners have made, having a note here that the responsibility to remove a sign by the person without having a direction on what qualifies when a sign should be removed does seem to be a little out of place. What are your thoughts? Are there unintended consequences? Or maybe the way I should phrase this is, I think you've heard the feedback from the group, and maybe you guys can go back and just look at the relevance of that in relation to the time limits or our lack of ability to put time limits on temporary signs. And maybe, because I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe you guys can come back to us with maybe a suggestion around whether or not that should be removed or not.
Yeah, I guess just off the cuff, the only potential downside of removing it that I see is, there might be times when the city, because something here in this code is being violated, the city might want to direct someone to remove their sign. Like, hey, your sign's falling apart, you need to remove it. Or, hey, your sign is impeding traffic safety, it needs to be moved. I think we probably have the authority to do that anyway through our code compliance code, so it's not a huge deal.
I'm seeing nods from Daniel there. Jordan, you still have your hand up, and Commissioner Boatsman, are those old hands? Or
I do have
new
things
comments?
I would like to comment on.
Yeah, I just put my hand back up because Chair Hubbell, you said something that I just wanted to clarify. Obviously, this is a newbie question, but I think what you said is this conversation we've had has gone beyond the scope of what the City Council has asked us to do. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding. Maybe Allison, you can. There's always, a gray area with direction that we get from the council, right? And so we occasionally can veer outside of that. But it is good to just get the check. I don't have the exact language of the way that this was docketed, but Allison, can you, from your memory, or if you've got it there, the direction from the council, I believe, was, and the work plan for this was really to bring the code into compliance with the findings of the Reed case. And certainly there's some discretion on what that means, but a whole rewrite of the intent of the sign code, I don't believe is in scope. And so,
Yeah, that's true. I think the scope of work that was on the docket, I don't have the wording in front of me, but I believe it was focused on coming into compliance with the Reed case. We did add in some of these other staff-driven kind of requests for clarification or areas where we thought some additional code language might be necessary to make things more clear. So, you know, it is a little gray where the line is, but I don't think we want to get into large wholesale rewriting of sections that would substantially change the direction of the code.
Okay. But the Reed Gilbert case really is specifically addressing political signs, i.e., which are a subset of temporary signs.
It was not specifically related to political signs, but it was related to regulating signs based on content. And so saying a certain type of sign can do something and a certain type of sign can't do something.
Okay. So, I mean, I just think that the people of Mercer Island, that, again, anecdotally, what I've heard over the years, I think what they would applaud more than anything is if we can put some kind of boundaries around the quantity of political signs. So I know I already said that before, but if one way that we can do this from a legal perspective is block off more public areas where any signs are forbidden, again, maybe the beautifully newly landscaped medians on Island Crest Way, as an example, whether it's for aesthetic reasons or safety reasons or whatever. But again, if that's out of scope of this conversation, then I'm done. I have nothing else to add.
let me go to, so Commissioner Boatsman had her hand up, and then Commissioner Murphy, and then Commissioner Goodman.
Okay, thank you, Victor, for your comments. I would like to make sure I understand, your comments, and I also have another item on this page. So Dan, I will first ask Victor about what he said, and then I will want to ask you if you'd like to address the item on this page, or we wait till some other future time to come back to this page again. So anyway, Victor, thank you for your comments. And I do understand we're talking about signs more than political, for sure. And if I understand you correctly, you were saying that it would be good if we could have time limits on other kinds of signs. But then I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I think you're saying, but since we can't do that, we might as well eliminate number 4. Is that kind of what I understood you to be saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, to Chairman Hubbell's point, and to Daniel's point, and even addressing what Jordan said, to keep this in scope, there's a Supreme Court ruling that is limiting what we can and can't do. As a result, we're removing the time limit on signs. That has some downstream effects, not only to political signs, but to all signs. So,
okay. Yeah, well, I'm very much in agreement with that. I think it's not disagreeing with that for me to want to leave number 4 in, because I don't think it necessarily has to do with how long you leave something in. It just says that, yeah, you're responsible for removing the sign if you put it in. So I would favor leaving number 4. And then the last thing I have to just ask is, Dan, would you like me to mention something else on this page, or would you like to come back to that later?
I think Commissioner Murphy and Tiffin had a comment on the time frame. Let's wrap that up, and then we'll go to you, Carolyn.
All right, thanks.
Michael.
So, I think we're all convinced that the only solution is to have, if we want to have some added restrictions, that they be time, place, and manner restrictions. So if you start with that premise, you look at section 8 on page 1 of the PDF we have, which basically gives us a couple of such limitations or ways that we could control proliferation of signs. I think that without rewriting the code, it is quite possible to add, a couple of items in that section that would potentially enhance the ability of the city to manage the number of signs. And so I would suggest that, we not ask Daniel to rewrite the code, but to identify a handful of things that could enhance section 8 there. I would also say that might be necessary, because if you really start to dive into section 8, for example, you look at 8B, signs that constitute a problem, that's pretty undefined. And so it may behoove us to actually define that a little better, and in doing so, protect ourselves in that regard, but also give a little more authority and clear authority for the city to manage the proliferation of those signs.
Yeah, I was gonna make a similar observation, Commissioner Murphy. I think that some limited scope there would probably be prudent, given that there's already some context in here. Commissioner Goodman.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Jordan and what Mike said. To clarify more, I don't think it's a big revision at all. I don't think it's far outside the scope, and I think you're right. It could really be well received by the community. So I don't know exactly what the wording would be, but it would perhaps be something to limit signs in the median, and that would just just be wholesale all signs. It wouldn't be. Oh, go ahead. It looks like you have a response, Daniel.
I was just going to say, I've worked on a number of sign codes and can provide Allison with some options that she can consider to present back to you for, like you said, a pretty focused few bullet points in section or subsection 8 there. And so I think I hear the request, and I'm thinking of them already, and I was almost going to go pull them up, but I can do that offline after the meeting and provide those for your consideration. And again, it would be things that would naturally fit into this section 8. And of course, Allison, I won't spend too much time on that, but we can chat and get that done.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, great. Thank you. So to summarize this and to close out the discussion around at least the timing for temporary signs, the attorney Daniel will be working with Allison to provide just maybe some additional language around place and manner type regulations for temporary signs that we may be able to use to strengthen some of that ruling. So with that, Carolyn, we are on page 1. Do you have any other things here on page 1 that you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, right there, 8C. Signs placed on public property shall be freestanding and not attached, et cetera, et cetera. Signs attached to utility poles, traffic signs, street lines, or trees are specifically forbidden. I just wanted to ask if it might be a good idea to add there that they're subject to removal by the city. I know we have a similar phrase in another part of this draft code where, you're prohibiting something, but you're also saying you're subject to the city removing it if you do it. So it might be a good idea to say that there. What do you think?
Sure, I think just like in section B above, it says the city may remove and dispose of signs, and it says like constitute a problem. We probably want to rephrase that, but the city may remove signs that are not in compliance or something like that.
Sure, that would do it. Thank you.
Okay. Carolyn, anything else on page 1?
No, nothing on that page.
Okay. Moving to, we'll just do this as page by page at this point, as we'll get to. Do you have anything on page 2, Carolyn?
I did have a question there, but I'm trying to find it. Oh yeah, okay, this one where we have Daniel Kenny's comment. And then there's a part that's struck. I'm afraid I don't understand that very well. It seems like there's
Explain.
double negatives going on that I can't
Yeah.
really quite figure out what the point is here.
Yeah, it's a complex, the way it's phrased is complex. Basically what it means is it prohibits banners and pennants, except for banners that are related to community-wide civic activities. So I don't know exactly what a community-wide civic activity is, but say, you know,
How
the
about
fire
how about the circus?
station,
Sorry. Sorry.
or, you know, summer celebration,
Yeah.
advertising summer celebration,
Right, okay.
something like that
Mhm.
would probably fit that definition. But, you know, that's a content-based regulation by saying summer celebration banners are allowed, but, you know, Joe Smith can't have a banner about this other thing that they like. That's content-based. And so we need to either strike this provision or change it to allow either all banners and pennants or allow them under a certain set of circumstances, time, place, and manner, or a permitting process or something like that.
So if this is removed, what are other effective ways that the summer celebration or Circus McGurkus or whatever can still advertise? Is there some other way that still works for them? I mean, signs, in the way of signs?
Well,
They would still be able to do the temporary signs.
Oh, okay, so just not banners and pennants, right?
Well, no, my
Okay.
understanding is
Yeah,
that
I mean,
That's okay.
Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this removed the prohibition for other businesses to have banners and pendants, whereas before
this is all
only
for non-commercial, so this doesn't relate to businesses. It's just, you know, community organizations or individuals that wanted to put up banners or pennants. And it said they were prohibited except for the ones that had community-wide civic activities. And so essentially banners were only allowed for community-wide civic activities. And we can't parse that out.
By striking this, though, we're basically allowing anyone to have a banner or a pendant, because we're removing the prohibition.
I think you're right, although it doesn't speak to banners and pennants, right? It's silent.
So up above though in A8, D, sorry, yeah, right there. So that's temporary signs in the right of way are stake, wireframe, or H-frame. And so typically your banners and pennants are on streetlight poles, maybe across a road, between light poles, something like that. So a lot of the signs that are covered by the one that we're talking about, the section that we're talking about, are actually in the right of way, and those wouldn't be allowed by D on the middle of the screen there.
Oh, they would not be allowed. Well, can we scroll up? What is 8? Is 8 saying what you can't do? I mean, could you scroll up a little bit?
Signs in the public right of way.
Okay,
so
signs shall not be placed except for publicly. Okay, these are, okay, so this is a list of conditions.
So your interpretation of this, Daniel, is that the city could no longer actually have the banners that we have on the street light standards in the town center.
Unless there was a provision that allowed for it.
And to your point earlier about sort of the government having some exemption around certain things, you don't believe that, having banners put up by the city in those locations would qualify in those cases?
Having a banner or a pennant or something like that put up by the city itself is different. Having a theater put up pennants on light standards, or having, the Downtown Business Association put up, summer pennants is a whole different thing. And so I think the problem that you run into is if you're going to allow a non-commercial banner to be placed in a certain location, you can't say we just want, I apologize, I don't know the festivals or anything that you all have, but Salmon Days in Issaquah or something like that. You can't say, well, they get to do it and the high school gets to do it for homecoming. It's got to be open. And so, I've run into this with other clients with the ability to do a nativity scene. You can't pick and choose, right? You're going to end up having somebody that wants that opportunity and that communication may be less comfortable or expected than the ones that you're thinking of.
Could we read again this part? Could you scroll down to the other section we're looking at, please? Thanks. So you're. Okay, so by deleting this, we're allowing all this stuff, right?
No.
That was my question, Carolyn, and as it was
Yeah.
pointed out, that subsection 8D in the prior section limits the types of signs that can be, the form in which can be allowed, and banners and pendants are not specified as being allowed.
As a temporary sign, period,
Correct.
or as a what?
In rights of way. Section 8
rights of
is for
way.
rights of way.
Okay, is that what this is about? This is about rights of way?
So section 8 above is about rights of way.
But what's this about?
Well, this
So
is for all zones, and it would
all
be
zones.
encompassing of,
It's just saying where temporary signs are allowed. They're allowed in all zones, subject to the conditions in subsection A, which is what we were just going through,
Mhm.
which talks about where they can be replaced, what they need to be made out of. You can't be lit, can't block vehicular or pedestrian traffic.
All right.
Ted, Tiffin, and then Victor.
Yeah, so I guess if we pull this paragraph out, then essentially it means if somebody wants to put up a banner or a pennant, then the city would, that's non-commercial in base, in nature, then the city would essentially say, do it if you want to, but it can't be in a right of way, because if it's in a right of way, then you run afoul of section A8D. Is that correct?
I think
Yes.
so. Do you agree? Yeah. Yeah. So like say a church wanted to put a banner up, in their yard advertising, summer Bible school. They could do that. But if they wanted to put it in the right of way, closer up to the road, they could not.
Tiffin?
I guess I had some clarifying questions. So they could potentially still go in parks. It would just, I'm kind of looking for a nod, Daniel. So they could still go in like the parks, right?
No, you'd need property owner permission, and
Yeah.
I'm certain the city would say no.
Parks has criteria for what kinds of signs they allow. I'm not familiar with what those are exactly, but I know that they have rules about what kinds of signs can be
So in
posted in
theory,
parks.
the community organization might be able to put it in the parks if that was allowed by parks. Otherwise, they might be more like advertising city events type of thing. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think if it's a city-related purpose or event, then yeah, they do put those up for, music in the park or events like that that are city-sponsored.
So that would sort of still be allowed, the kind of music in the parks banners that they have, around across like the front of Mercerdale or something. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess my other question would be, are there any provisions one can put on the banner size? Because I mean, I guess what I'm trying to grapple with is, so we have these street lights. I think it's nice to be able to put banner signs on the street lights. Is there some concern that, some group with some sort of offensive something will want to do that? Like, I don't see why the city would have to allow that. That's what I'm kind of trying to figure out.
So I'll quickly jump in. First Amendment protected free speech, I think, goes much farther than anybody in this room would feel comfortable. And so things that would be protected and should be equally allowed, should be allowed. So you're not, and again, I'm not trying to be a doomsday person here. I'm not saying, people are going to take advantage of your sign code or these provisions to put up something horrible. But I did have a client that they wanted to put up a Satanist, I don't even know what it is, a Satanist symbol. And that caused lots of conversations. I don't know anything about that. So I have, I don't know what that means, but
can I ask another question? Couldn't they just put that on the, sandwich board signs?
yes, consistent with the code, yes.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out what problem we're solving by not allowing. It seems to me it's a bigger barrier to put up banners on a street pole than to just walk outside with a sandwich board sign or one of those stake signs.
So I think that's the policy question, is if you leave the allowance to put up banners, pennants, and other similar attention-getting devices, it would be for everybody. With what you just described, there's some barriers to anybody doing that because you have to get a pennant sign and get permission to put it on the utility pole in a location that allows it. Not everybody is going to want to do that or be able to do that. Or you remove it because you don't want those people to even have that opportunity.
Okay, so maybe someone else wants to chime in, but I'm literally trying to understand they can kind of do this regardless, in terms of having an opportunity somewhere to put up a sign with whatever symbol or whatever they want to put on it. In terms of the banner signs, there's a bigger barrier, which I'm not entirely understanding what the process is to put up a banner sign, but there's a bigger barrier. So I guess what I'm really getting at is, why would someone try to put up a banner sign versus just doing the really easy thing?
I mean, I think that's a fair question, but the easy thing are the types of signs that were described in A8 above, your H-frame, stake signs, and whatever. And yes, any non-commercial message can be put onto those and used consistent with the code. So if you also allowed banners, pennants, and similar attention-getting devices, the question would be, you would similarly allow those for those same types of messages that you just discussed on the stake signs, for example, but on a pennant. You have to get pole owner permission. You can't just go out to a pole and put that up. Banners have to be attached to different things. So there are barriers for putting those up. But if somebody wanted to, put up pennants on light standards throughout the city that advertised, moving to Sammamish, get off the island, move to Sammamish. Well, that's kind of unfortunate and rude, but they could do that, right? Assuming they wanted to invest the money to move people away. So
what do you have to actually do to have permission to put it on a light pole?
Well, I mean, I don't know who provides, if it's Seattle City Light or PSC or whoever it is that owns those poles, or if I know you own some, but you'd have to get permission of that pole owner to attach to their pole. That's not uncommon. I mean,
But the pole owner does not have discretion to say no. Is that what you're saying?
oh no, the pole owner would, yes.
Okay, I'm just like thinking of this from a practical perspective. What pole in the city? You know what do you understand what I'm saying? Like from a practical perspective, is this likely to actually be a problem? And what communities has this been a problem, and why,
Well,
what was the regulatory gap, I guess?
Yeah, so a lot of communities, and I apologize, I can't think off the top of my head if it's you guys or not, but have a certain set of poles down a main street that have the two bars that come off of the top of the light standard where a pennant can go. And then maybe in a few discrete locations in the city, there are poles that have mounting locations for an across the street banner that would have to be a very specific size that can go there. And typically it's your community events and your, library pennants, or, your Mercer Island days, or whatever, events that you have. And so historically, those have typically been reserved for those pretty defined set of events, and codes were kind of crafted that way. Expectations were set that way. But because we can't hold those opportunities for certain communications, those opportunities would need to be opened up. So if I really wanted to celebrate my birthday and I wanted to come in and put a sign up, I should have that opportunity to say, "Happy birthday, Daniel," on a banner across your main street. So you wouldn't want, you don't want it to become a clearinghouse for graduation notes, wedding announcements or whatever, any non-commercial type thing. And so if you don't lock it down by content, because you can't anymore, you would have those opportunities available for people to, like, 'tis the season for graduation, to announce their graduations. And just as an example.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Maybe it'd be interesting to hear what other people think.
Victor, you were next.
So if this section is left in, and I'm talking B1A, did I understand you correctly, Daniel, that the city could still hang banners?
I would not recommend that it stays in because of that second clause, because of the specific allowance for community-wide civic activities as a specific type of content that can remain. If you meant the first clause remaining, well, I guess that really wouldn't work.
Right. I guess I'm trying to, I've got a couple scenarios in my head. So number one, a number of people have brought up summer celebration, a banner for that. I assume that is that's a city sponsored thing. That's Salmon Days. That's allowed.
Those take a lot of different forms. So yes, they absolutely could be, but there are some that don't quite fall that way. But okay, we'll presume that for the sake of this. Yeah.
The next one is previously, and I don't think these are up anymore. I don't look up enough apparently, but years ago we used to have vertical flag-like banners that were just pictures of flowers. Is that allowed? Is that considered art, or what is that considered? And again, I think that was paid for by the city.
So I won't open the "is art a sign" can of worms, because I've had long conversations on that. But no, I mean, art is not a sign in most situations. If you have Top Bot Donuts and they want to put a big donut on top of their building and just call it art, that might be considered a sign. But flowers on a pennant on the street, in my view, wouldn't be covered by the sign code. There may be other things, but it would not be covered by sign code.
What about content from the Chamber of Commerce or our MI Next campaign? How is that viewed?
Chamber of Commerce is just like anybody else. I apologize. I'm actually not familiar with your MI Next, whether that's.
It's a basically think of it as a promotion of our town center and downtown businesses. It's
Like a business
it's in-
coalition.
It's in partnership with the city, but I'm not sure it's completely run by the city.
Yeah, then I think they'd be covered by this, just like the chamber, just like you or I.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was wondering about too, Victor. Like you talked about those flower pennants. I think there's been a couple different iterations of those, you know, the things that are on the light poles in town center. There was some art ones several years ago. There was flowers. I don't know if there's anything there now. I haven't been in town center in a while. I know that those have been done in partnership with either the chamber or arts organizations, I think. Like I'm not sure who is paying for what, and I think the city installs them, so I'm not quite sure where that falls with this, but probably we don't want to prohibit those.
But at the same time, I don't want to open the art can of worms, but maybe I think you understand kind of where I'm going with this, and maybe you can just think about that. I would hate to have a town center kind of devoid of anything.
So just a couple of quick thoughts. I mean, so again, government speech is kind of its own thing. So if the city wanted to put Mercer Island pennants on light standards to come out with art on it, the city's logo, whatever that is, that's all going to be fine. A true city event, that's going to be fine. So there's ways to make sure that your downtown's beautiful. I have seen other ways to get to, you know, this, and having a banner permit process or a pennant permit process, because typically they're located on infrastructure that's the city's anyway to give permission. And so you could have something that says, you know, we accept applications twice a year. You can go up for a banner for 3 weeks at a time. We do first come, first serve. You pay for the installation and the banner itself. And so you can get banners up there. But again, we wouldn't be saying only these individuals or entities can do those banners.
Yeah, the city stuff is clear. Where I think it gets a little bit tricky is organizations that are working on behalf of the city or in partnership with the city. It gets a little bit squishier, I think.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy and then Commissioner Weinberg, and then I'd like to get some direction so that we can move to the next thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to synthesize some of these points. And number one, I think it's clear that section B1A has to go because of the exception for communities and civic activities. But by doing so, under subsection A 8D above that, you eliminate the banners. And it's clear that we don't want to eliminate the banners. I think Daniel just articulated a process for how that could be implemented to keep those in. But we would have to accept the fact that there could be someone sometime wanting to put something up that some people may find offensive. And I think that's the price for holding on to the right to have that. So I would be in favor of, I think the solution is we delete B1A and we add language to 8D that allows banners and pennants. And then we then have Daniel provide some language suggested process for permitting of those pennants and banners on the city streetlights.
Ted?
Yeah, I just to add on to what Mike was saying. We've got the section of the code that talks about town center. We've got a section of the code that talks about outside of town center. We got a section that says applies to everybody. I think if we take the prohibition against banners out of the banners are prohibited everywhere section and put it into the outside of town center is prohibited, and say within town center, you can have banners and pennants allowed, but that you have to go through the permitting process, like what Mike and Daniel were describing. I think that will get us what we want, which is we won't suddenly have banners on every street throughout the island, but we can have it in town center. It just has to go through a permitting process. You want to be on the city's poles, which is what people will probably, that's where the banners are, right?
So in an effort to summarize so that we can move to the next thing, because it is just after 9 o'clock, what I've heard is a couple of people have said that within the town center that they're actually okay with the permission of banners, pennants, and such to be allowed, and outside of the town center that we should prohibit such things. And maybe we would be looking to staff to just provide us some guidance on how that would be formulated, either then in 8D or elsewhere. Allison, is that your understanding of the conversation?
Yeah, so we want to provide an allowance for banners and pennants in town center only. On the, is it restricted to the light standards? It kind of sounded like maybe that was the case.
Yeah, I'll rather than trying to wordsmith all of it, I think based on the conversation, you understand the intent, and maybe you guys can provide a call out to that for the next time. Okay. Page 2, Carolyn, I know you wanted to go page by page. Anything else on this page that
Yeah, if you scroll down there, B2A sub I or sub little 1, whatever. Okay. So I just wanted to have a brief discussion of why do we allow these signs to be placed in the right of way? I'm just thinking in terms of, we see them in traffic circles, places where people would like to park, school buses might come, delivery service are coming along, but these signs are in the right of way. Do we have to let them be in the right of way? Are we obligated to do that?
No, I think this is specifically speaking to the type of real estate signs that are on, you know, the kind of gooseneck shaped wood pole that say for sale, and they're typically in the front yard of the house or in the right of way next to the front yard.
So why do we need to let them be in the right of way? Is my question. Or maybe I'd sort of prefer they weren't in the right of way.
Carolyn, my understanding here is that especially on the Mercers on East and West, you'll have a house with a very long driveway that leads down to a property. Maybe there's multiple properties off of a flagged lot where the driveway that accesses 6 properties is actually owned by one of the property owners. And the other property owners, by removing this, they would have to have the sign next to the house at the bottom of the hill rather than up on up near the end of the driveway, which would be sort of the entrance to that, which would be in the right of way off of, you know, East or West Mercer.
Okay.
That was my understanding of why this exists.
Yeah.
Allison, maybe you have a different example, but
Yeah, I mean, I think I was just trying to provide some flexibility because there's so many different configurations of right of ways and yards in Mercer Island that it's, yeah, the yard isn't always visible from the street. So to get the visibility, they needed to put it in the right of way.
Daniel, is there any legal requirement that we allow these in the right of way?
No, but us merely talking about real estate signs, there's alarms going off at the realtors right now. They are very, very interested and will be very engaged in any revisions to your sign code that limits it. So, I mean, that's just factual. I'll leave that there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if nobody else is concerned about it, I just leave it alone, I guess.
Item II there, which is double underlined. Allison, what does the double underlined represent?
It just means I moved it. It moved from down here up to here. I just reorganized this section because to me, the way it was organized before was very confusing. there was some kind of circular logic and like, I don't know, it just made more sense to switch it around.
How about common in little, 3, if you want to go there?
Yep, please.
Okay, so in the, let's see, 1, 2, the second sentence, no more than 4 signs total may be posted for property being sold or rented by the same owner. I was thinking more, maybe, aren't we really talking more about for a single property? No more than
Well,
4 signs total may be posted for a single property.
I think that's where this can come into play is if you have like a townhouse or a condo building, like say you've got a new townhouse building and they're selling 5 different units all at once.
Ah,
It limits the number of signs they can have out there advertising that.
oh, okay, I see.
I
Okay,
think that was what my interpretation of this was.
okay. And then you have, let's see, sale, rent, or lease in the first sentence, but in the second sentence, you only have sold or rented. So I don't know if you want to also say leased in the second sentence.
Daniel, is there any functional difference between renting and leasing? Seems the same to me. You're muted.
Thought I'd make it through without doing that today. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a difference in this sense. I mean, for consistency's sake, I would just list them.
I think, Allison, where that's a good idea is that I know we will be, the council has spoken in the past about rules around short-term versus long-term rentals and the definitions they're going to use there. And that, I think, clearly will have a different outcome than leasing. So it's
Okay, I just added leased in down here, so I think we're covered.
okay. Anything else there, Carolyn? So we can move to page 3.
No, I have something on page 3, but others may as well. So,
Let's start with you, and then if anyone else
Okay.
has anything, chime in.
okay, I was interested in comparing the difference between the regulations for garage sales versus real estate. So I noticed that garage sales, you could put the sign up a day in advance, but for a real estate open house, you couldn't. You seem to be put it up on the same day or something.
Yeah, it can only be up while the real estate agent is at the property.
Yeah, I can't see that right now. Okay. And you get to have 4 signs for real estate, for three for garage sales. I just got to thinking, would it be, from my way of thinking, it would be more simple if these things were more similar.
Well, actually, it says 3 A-frame signs may be posted per dwelling unit that's available for sale, rent, or lease, up to 4 per owner. So again, that would be if you have multiple units.
Oh, I see. Mhm.
So I think, if it's a single family home, you can only have 3 signs.
If it's a garage
That would
sale, you
be
can have
similar.
4. Is that right?
For garage sale, you can have 3
Oh,
also.
3 also. I see. Okay.
And perhaps it makes sense to allow the garage sale to have the signs up a day before to, promote it.
I don't know if it's a problem on Mercer Island. Maybe it isn't. So maybe this is just not a problem. But I do see in some places people run garage sales that go on for months, and it's a little hard to say when that garage sale started and when it ends. And but if it's not a problem on Mercer Island, it just may not be worth worrying about.
We have the opposite problem here. I get there, by the time I get there, they're usually closed. And I'm like,
They sold
Yeah.
everything.
what
We got
happened?
bigger fish to fry. No need to worry about it.
Yeah. Anyone else have comments on page 3?
Yeah, I did.
Ted?
So the garage sale, I was recommending that we expand it to say garage sale, yard sale, or estate sale, because an estate sale is just everything in the house, and a yard sale, you're spreading out across the yard. And if it shouldn't be limited to just if it's in your garage.
Interesting.
Minor thing though.
I would ask if there's a definition in the code. I think it's just a very regional term.
A good
I
distinction.
don't think it's defined, but yeah, I've heard them called all kinds of things in different areas of the country.
Say, I use garage and yard sale interchangeably, but I do think calling out estate sales is probably good. Victor?
So just a point of clarification, and I guess, Dan, this is directed at you. Are we still within scope, or are we kind of going down a slippery slope of we're cracking open the code, specifically around real estate, garage sales, and all that? Feels like we're getting a little bit out of scope.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question. I don't think any of the suggestions here are substantive in nature. The changes that the staff has proposed under the real estate section, for example, was really just cleaning it up. It was more of a reorganization. And so we do very typically when we open code, when we do have things that are non-substantive but help the staff in their application of the code, will do some of that code cleanup while we're doing it, because we've noticed it, we're doing all that to go through the process of actually noticing a piece of code just to like rearrange it to make it easier for people to understand. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's a great question, and if we do venture off in that direction, for sure we'll want to come back. But clarifications like this, I think, do fall within the sort of code cleanup.
Good. Okay, I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's a good question. Carolyn, anything else here?
Well, yeah, under C, if you scroll down a bit, capital C, temporary commercial signs. Okay. On that one, it says, let me see if I can find it. Okay, in the first paragraph, it says temporary signs shall not be permanently attached to any structure. But then if you go down, banners 1C shall be attached to the building housing the business. I don't know if there's any conflict there. There might be something I'm just not understanding.
It's the permanent nature. So the first part says that should not be permanently attached. And
Mhm.
so if you think of a blade sign or a marquee sign, that is permanently attached to a building and proceeding or going out over.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was just closing my door. It was getting cold. Any other questions or comments, Carolyn, here, or anyone else on page 3?
Oh, let's see. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Where's this here? Must be on the next page. That's okay.
So item 2C, this is the clarification that Allison mentioned earlier. There's a provision here located within 100 feet of the business displaying the sign. Quickly, does anybody have a thought on, do we need to regulate how that's measured or where that's measured, or do we feel that there's enough, it's acceptable to have discretion within the director to interpret this? Victor?
I'm not sure how you measure this. What if the business doesn't have a location?
I guess if they don't have a physical, well, that's a good question. I mean, because this says it has to be located in front of the business, basically.
Well, where would you put a sign if you didn't have a business that has a location?
I'd put it on the corner of Island Crest and where Sunnybeam is.
You got that
Or
online
40th.
business.
Are you thinking it like someone who had maybe like an online, online personal training classes, and so therefore there's no physical location, but you wanted to advertise your business to sign up for online weight training or whatever?
Or even like
Sure.
soccer camp, like soccer camps, or I don't know. Like I think Sunnybeam puts one out on 40th and Island Crestway when they're registering. I think a lot of the preschools do, and that's obviously not 100 feet from Sunnybeam or any of the preschools.
Yeah, so this is very much directed towards brick and mortar businesses, but
Well, we're in section
I think
C, which is talking about temporary commercial signs in the town center, business, and PBZ zones. So I think intersections like what we were talking about are probably not related to that, right? Because that's outside of those zones.
I think commercial signs wouldn't be allowed there then.
yeah, if it's your residential business, you're not in the town center then.
So
I guess I'm confused then why this is in the general sign and not in the town center section, or
Well, because it applies to town center business and it's talking about temporary signs, temporary commercial signs. I guess are only allowed in these 3 zones.
So I'll provide just a little bit of context from how other cities deal with it. So 2 comments. One, traditionally, commercial signs in the right-of-way are very limited to basically the ones that we talked about before, the real estate signs and maybe some garage sale, yard sale signs. But businesses, again, traditionally, are not allowed to just simply put up a sign anywhere they want in the right-of-way. The allowance for a physical location business to put up an A-frame in front of their own business is a different way to allow that physical location to have signage without the investment of a monument sign or a marquee sign or a wall sign. And so they are in most every situation tied to that business and only allowed out in front. What you don't want to have is businesses doing A-frames on every corner or businesses putting A-frames in front of other businesses. And that's why commercial speech in the right-of-way is very locked down.
So, I mean, just can I just ask practically, what do we do? Because we have, I mean, it seems to work like it's not a huge problem when people are registering for whatever, they put their A-frame signs out and then they take them back.
I'm going to guess that you have a lot of signs that probably shouldn't be out there that are out there.
Yeah,
And
but I mean, our organization, they get so mad at us if we told them they couldn't put signs out.
I mean, youth theater is a great example, right? They put signs out not only in the town center, but on 40th and Island Crest to advertise shows that are coming up and things like that. And as we all know, they no longer have a physical location that's permanent, right? They sort of have a, they're using temporary locations. So, it would be interesting to understand how these regulations impact everything from the daycares and registration to youth theater and other institutional groups.
Again, I'll just provide a little context from some of the other cities that I've worked with. I had one client that was had a fair, had a gun show, had youth sports, and so they would get pummeled with signs for the fair along their main drags and highways. Same for gun shows, even if they weren't in town because they were a pass-through city. And so those would not be allowed under their code because they don't allow commercial signs to just proliferate in the rights of way because that's an incredibly slippery slope. First Amendment protected speech is one thing that's supposed to be in the right of way. Traditional public forum, that's where that's supposed to be expressed. But commercial messages, you'd end up with a Starbucks A-frame, no offense to Starbucks, but a Starbucks A-frame on every corner leading from the interstate to the store, from the store to the park, et cetera.
So maybe what I'll point out is the subsection C, there's really no change that's being described. This is our current, this is the code as it currently exists. And so in the spirit of cleaning up our code as it exists, I would say, we should probably, use this as an opportunity to understand, we may not be enforcing our current code in the manner in which it should be. But I'm not sure we want to dig too much into changing the regulations in this regard if it's not related to sort of this content basis. Tiffin, right? Did you still have your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to think about this. So basically what's happened is we just haven't been enforcing our code this whole time. I mean, I kind of I get it. We're going down like another slippery slope. I guess what I would just say is, it doesn't seem to me that it's been a big problem. I don't know what to say about it. I kind of feel like all these businesses, that's kind of been their practice, and then we would be potentially taking that away from them, except we'd have to actually enforce our code to take that away from them. I doubt they even know there's like a sign code to even worry about.
Yeah, I mean, the way it would work, right? I mean, this code exists today, and so the only time we would enforce this, if Sunny Bean Preschool has their A-frame sign out and a neighbor called and complained and said, hey, they have a sign, I don't think they're allowed to have it, then we would investigate it and call them and say, you need to take it down. But, since our code compliance is complaint-based, if there's not complaints about these kind of things, we don't typically engage with them.
So let me just clarify. I think I know the answer, but they wouldn't be allowed to just change the sign type, right? Because they're a commercial business. Is that right? It's like they're literally just regulated more than non-commercial businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I kind of get the impression that as it's currently written, saying that within 100 feet of the business displaying the sign, it doesn't sound like it's broken. It sounds like to the extent that we are able to enforce the rules, that it works, unless I'm missing something here.
So yeah, I'll just give a very quick, so I think this was my comment, so I'll take responsibility for this deviation. But my only point was, from a code enforcement standpoint, somebody could go from the very corner of their property 100 feet and say, I'm in compliance. And most times that I've seen a provision like this, it's from the primary entrance, some distance from the primary entrance. And so if you had property that went, through to the back alley and 100 feet got you to the other side of the block from the back side of your property, you're technically within 100 feet of the business. And so I think my only question was, should we try to put some parameters on what 100 feet should be from, or is it truly just, because I think somebody will say the edge of my property is the edge of my business.
Victor, as a business owner, and you have your hand up, any thoughts here?
Originally, I was going to try to get us to avoid going down a slippery slope again, but Daniel helped me on that. And I was just going to point out that the original thing, the original request here was an ask on how we measure 100 feet. And I simply pointed out that there are businesses that actually don't have a physical location. The other thing that I'll point out is specifically in the Boyd collection, we have a number of businesses that are on the second floor. And so measuring 100 feet from the front door of their business probably puts them in a stairwell. I'm talking about Island Security, Cusack Glass, there's a Taylor up there. And so you just have to be cognizant of that as well.
So I'll just quickly respond to your first comment. The code is not designed to allow a non-physical location business. I don't know how you describe that. Sorry, that was not articulate. A business that does not have a location to place commercial signs in the right of way. You would have every business that's online that wants to advertise to your residents just putting signs out. So that's not designed that way and it wouldn't be allowed.
Right. And I think we just uncovered that we're just not enforcing the code. So understood.
Yeah, exactly. And then I agree with your second point. And so further defining 100 feet of the primary entrance to the structure or something like that. So if they're in the second floor in the back, it's from the front door of the building. So I think that there's some very minor clarification for this language that could get to where that sign can go.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll opine. I think this is I appreciate the call out, Daniel. I don't think it's a problem per se. It could be clarified by saying, within, 100 feet of the ground level entrance or something like that, the primary ground level entrance or something to that effect, or street level entrance. But I'll let you guys finesse that. I get the sense from a few other people that a little clarity there wouldn't hurt, but I don't think it would be devastating if we didn't do anything either. So
I would just say to go measure, for example, in the South End Shopping Center, whatever the furthest business is from the Southeast 68th, and see. To me, that seems like maybe the furthest I can think of. Maybe Victor had a good point also about the second floor. Just kind of think about what businesses are here and what would be the furthest that they'd have to measure from the primary right of way.
Victor, you're muted.
I hate it when other people do that. There are businesses on the South End Shopping Center. We have the Globe Building. There's a number of places where that exists. And so again, I don't want to belabor the point. I think Dan's got a good suggestion. I think you understand the feedback that not everyone can just measure from street level. So let's just make sure that we capture that.
yeah. Okay, that was the next one I see on here was related to ATMs, which I think was on the next page, if I recall. Commissioner Murphy, sorry, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I want to make a comment at the bottom of that page we were on.
Oh, page 4, sorry.
Yeah, and for the town center signs, and this is in a couple of places where it says the size of signs shall be in proportion to the size of the business store footage. And that phrase "in proportion" is used in several places, but it's not clear to me what that means. And one way for cities to get in trouble with sign regulations is to give the city staff the discretion to decide what is acceptable and what is not. And I've litigated that at least twice now and prevailed both times. Not in this particular issue, but on the general concept of giving staff or someone in the city the authority to decide whether this meets the standard or not, without having something more to go on than just this general notion. And so maybe Allison, you could explain what the city thinks that means. And I'd like to hear from Daniel to what he thinks of that.
I mean, I think it's intended to mean that the sign should not be super large if you're talking about a small business, small frontage. And, the sign needs to be proportionate to the size of the store frontage. So the sign on, a little Subway sandwich shop would be different than the sign on a QFC.
But the question is then who gets to decide based on what criteria is how big is big enough or too big?
You're correct that it's not a very objective
Yeah,
standard.
I don't know if it's ever been a problem here, but I can tell you that concept is a problem.
So, yeah, I'll just point out, so I obviously agree with you. However, this is just in the objectives section of that code provision. And so it's kind of like a purpose statement that you wouldn't see, I hope, and correct me if your litigation was different, but I don't think you'd see litigation on an objective section because you wouldn't use that as enforcement. You would then use that down below. There are specific size requirements for signs, 25 square feet for maximum, et cetera, for different types. And so I think you could see a situation where somebody uses the code requirements below on size and says this is out of proportionality. But I think the defensible path forward would be to just use the prescribed sizes, locations, construction, et cetera. Because you're right, I think it would be challenging to use the objective section and proportionality as defensible.
Yeah, but
So,
the problem is that same language, proportionate, is down below in section B1CI.
So if I can, it's a great question, Commissioner Murphy, and having sat on the design commission through a couple of these deliberations in the past, I might lend a couple of observations from going through that process. And I see there's a few other people that have their hands up, so I'll be as brief as I can. I would say that in most cases, so where the objectives up at the top do provide, I think, guidance to the design commission, which does actually have leeway in and some discretion in their interpretation, even of the explicit requirements. There are cases where you could, and I believe we have deviated from the maximums by granting 1 or 2 feet larger, using and citing that it was still proportionate with the intent of what was happening, and there was maybe some sort of extenuating circumstances that made it non-compliant, right? So that language provided the design commission sort of air cover to say, while we know it's not to the letter of the maximum sizes provided, it does meet the intent of proportionality, which is the more important measure. And so rather than proportionality being a subjective definition that would minimize or that would reduce the maximums, it would generally be used in a way to give a tool to the design commission to grant exceptions, at least in my experience. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that.
Carolyn and then Victor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I had my my hand up there. So no, never mind.
Sorry. Victor.
So I'll kind of pick up where Commissioner Murphy left off. I think where there's ambiguity in the code, this is where we get into trouble and a lot of frustration with a lot of people. I would prefer some specificity on what we mean by proportionate here. Is it 75% of street frontage, 50%, pick a number, I don't know what it is, but let's define proportionate. If the design commission wants to go out of scope or out of bounds on that, I'm sure they have some discretion to do that, but I would prefer some specificity here.
Allison, if I recall reading this, I think there is a place somewhere that has a more of a percentage coverage standard that was enumerated. I don't know as if we need to find it here, but I think we've heard enough voices to say that there should maybe just be some consistency with that language.
Yeah, I know for window signs, which we'll talk about in a little bit, we do talk about a percentage, but I'm not sure that there's a standard like that for other types of signs.
Yeah, so maybe we can just look at that in determining maybe a more appropriate measure for proportionality, or at least a definition somewhere that provides a little bit more rigor to the language.
Comment, Dan?
Carolyn, yep.
Yeah, I can't really see my hand when it's up there, so I usually just put my other hand up, my real hand also. But anyway, I wonder if we really need this comment at all. If we've already told them what the maximum size is, maybe we don't need to say it's proportionate. What's that for? Maybe we could do without it. What do you think, Allison?
I guess I would say that, the maximum is the maximum. It's the biggest it can be. Proportionate is another standard, because there's not different maximums here based on the size of the street frontage. They're based on the type of sign. So like my example from before, the Subway sandwich shop and the QFC, like even with a maximum, that's what you're limiting for the QFC, but perhaps the Subway sign should be smaller than that, even though it's not hitting the maximum. It would need to be a bit smaller to be proportionate.
Complicated. Okay, thanks.
I think you have the intent there, Allison, of just see if we can find some more rigor to the definition of proportionate, and maybe you guys can float some ideas to bring back.
Will do.
Great. Moving along. Let's see, page 6. Is this where the ATM
Signs
comment was? Yeah. I don't know as if we need to work the issue fully, but I think just sort of from a consensus perspective, do we want to consider ATMs in the same way as other signage? Like, is it considered advertising, or is it not? Or at least the signs that point you to an ATM or advertise that? Victor.
I'm sorry, why don't you come back to me? My comment is not ATM related.
Oh, okay. Tiffin?
Yeah, I think we could just allow another sign for an ATM. Let's just do it.
I've seen a couple of head nods and some thumb waves there.
Yes.
Allison, I think the question here will be, how do you word it in a way that doesn't actually have a content merit, right? So, Daniel, I don't know if there's anything here in how we want to do it, but there's got to be a language that I know that we're not driven exactly by that, but ATMs may not be the only.
I was thinking that maybe it's more related to a secondary use. Like another example might be a Starbucks inside the QFC, where they get to have another sign.
Yeah, or a drop box at the medical clinic, like they have by the Walgreens, right? That they've got a drop box for whatever. So yeah, I like that, the idea of a secondary use, a permitted secondary use.
Well, to some extent, also an ATM is it's almost like a utility. It's almost like indicating a sign to point where the bathrooms are. That most of us are using credit cards nowadays, but there's still a lot of people that rely on cash and need to be able to find a place to get cash. So I don't know. It's kind of, for me, it's a borderline between is it commercial or is it providing a vital service?
Okay, well, I think the direction there is to figure something out. Carolyn?
Under eligibility A there, maybe I'm just not giving this the complexity that which it is due, but it sounds to me like there's 4 conditions: a street frontage, an alleyway, a through block condition, or a driveway. And it seems that in those that the business fronts. And I think you're saying you want them to have one opportunity for a sign for all 4 of those. I don't quite understand the whole separate discussion of whether the thing is a driveway.
So they're allowed to have a wall sign on each frontage,
Each
facing-
frontage?
on each street frontage, alleyway, or 3-block connection. So if they're on a corner, they could get 2 wall signs.
Oh, I see, I see.
But if they face the street frontage, they can have 1 sign there. They can't have another one like by the driveway that also comes up to it. Like the example that's popping in my mind is the Bright Horizons daycare that's next to City Hall. They have a very long driveway that goes up to their building. They could have 1 wall sign facing the street, 36. They couldn't have another wall sign facing like the side of their driveway that's next to City Hall.
Hmm. Okay. And that's what you mean it to say, okay?
I think that's what the intent was. I mean, I didn't draft
No.
this language originally, but that's my interpretation of it.
Okay, Victor, you had something else on this page?
Yeah, we're on page 6, right?
Correct.
So I've got concerns about section F here. So we're coming on 4 hours of discussing this. We're going to discuss this again. We're going to take this to the city council. If we've done our job well, it'll get approved by the city council. And after all of that, and we've had the benefit of an attorney here. The city council will also have that benefit. And after all of that, if the design commission thinks that there's something cool or artistic, they can throw all this out. I find that a little bit disturbing.
The language is vague here, and I do know it would be interesting to understand what it's too bad we don't know who wrote this and what the intent of that is. Any other comments or thoughts from anyone else on this language? Carolyn, you still have your hand up, but I don't know if
Oh,
you're
sorry.
intending to-
Well, yeah.
I'll go to Ted. Ted had his hand up.
Yeah, thanks.
So we're getting pretty far away from Reed versus Gilbert with that topic. I think that it's a valid point that why have rules if they can just be overridden? But is that really the scope of what we're here to discuss? I would want to think long and hard about it though, because I think it's an interesting point that's brought up.
I would simply argue that whatever we've done that to bring us into compliance with Reed versus Gilbert can also be thrown out.
I guess if the design commission were to make a decision that puts us in violation of Reed versus Gilbert, then they're putting the city at risk of getting sued. I can understand that.
And if
Well, again,
a decision like that came to the design commission, they would definitely get advice from the city attorney about kind of the bounds on what they can do without putting the city at substantial risk.
Yeah, I see your point, Victor. There are some guide rails that I don't off the top of my head sort of recall what they are. What I might suggest is as we frequently do when we're going through this exercise is usually in our communique to the council, we will call out areas. We just did this last night at the council meeting where there was 2 pieces of code where you could interpret it. We did not understand the interpretation or the intent. It could have been what looked like an omission could have actually been an explicit decision. And rather than us trying to reinterpret it, we make a note to the council and say, we feel that there's a conflict here and the council needs to make a decision on the policy that they want to take. This might be a great example of that, where we can say, hey, this was sort of outside of our scope, but we realize that there may be, a little bit too much leniency in this language. and you may want to look at how to apply some stricter, guidelines around the intent or not. Because I do think changing this would be somewhat substantive if we were to apply a change to this, just because it's an operational, like the code has an operational component to it. So, but at the same time, I would also say you're more than welcome to make an amendment on the final draft that we have if you want to strike it.
Your solution is acceptable. I'm simply pointing out kind of what I see as a little bit of a hole. And again, with regard to the work we're doing here and within the scope, can still all get thrown out. So if the solution is just raise it to the council and say, look, this is out of scope, but it puts the work that we've done, the in-scope work that we've done at risk, that's fine.
Yep. I've written that down. Maybe Allison, you can make a note of that, and then we can we'll have that in our final communique. So good call out. All right, it is 5 minutes to 10. I want to be conscious of everybody's time, and I know Allison, I have 4 more items on the list that I know you highlighted. Maybe quickly we can just get some consensus on those, and then I'll open it up to any further questions. That way we can just try to get through this as quickly as possible.
Sounds good to me.
So the next one is the coverage. I think this gets back to the sort of where we were going on the other question, which was proportionality. This was the window area and the area limitation. Maybe if we can just get sort of a sense from the commission, do we need this to be more descriptive on what window area means, what the definition is? And is it in the case of a building, like you mentioned earlier, I think it's the Boyd collection, being that's all one frontage, is 25% cumulative, or is it by individual business? And it looks like it's silent on that. So any thoughts on that?
Well, it might also be one building with a bunch of windows, isn't that also a possibility that this could apply
Yeah,
to?
and that's my point, is that it's silent on whether it applies to the entire length of, let's say the Boyd collection has 10 businesses, each of them 10 feet. If the first 2 businesses use up 25% of that total 100 feet, does that mean the rest of the businesses can't have any signs? Does it apply to the 25% calculation? Does it apply to the entire frontage, or does it apply to each individual business? It's silent on that. And I think Allison's question is it by window pane? Is it by frontage of the business, or by the total frontage of the property?
Is there a superseding section that limits the amount of sign that a particular business could have, so that it answers this question already when it comes to one business with lots of windows?
The limitations are by sign type, and so this window sign is its own freestanding section, so to speak. And so I think if I was going to give you some guidelines, I would say it probably makes sense to do it either per business or per window pane. And kind of the considerations there would be, if it's per business, it gives them a little more flexibility. Like say the business has 4 windows, they could have one window completely covered and the other 3 completely open, or they could have something like a band that runs across the bottom of all the windows. They have a little flexibility there in terms of how they design it. If it's per window, it would limit the ability to completely cover a window and have, transparency on all the windows.
Tiffin, and then Victor, and then back to Carolyn.
I think it makes the most sense to do it per business. That would be my vote.
Agreed.
Victor?
I also agree. I'm not sure how you would do it any other way, because don't these businesses apply individually for sign permits?
Yes. It would be difficult and there'd be fairness issues if it applied to the whole building, I believe.
It would almost be impossible, right?
Mhm.
Right.
So I think I've heard consensus there, Allison, that language that just indicates that it's a per business rather than per window pane. Just that, adding that clarity.
Could I comment as well, Dan?
Oh, yes, sorry,
No
thought
problem.
you had gone. Yep.
Yeah, I agree, of course, per business, that makes total sense. But when it comes to one business with a whole bunch of windows, I think it should be 25% of their window area, I think. Although if they have really huge windows, wouldn't you also need to have some actual dimension limits? Because I mean, some businesses have huge windows, 25% of that. It's a very
Yeah, I mean,
large sign.
I was around when this section of the code was drafted. I think it was when we did the town center code update, and there was a concern that some businesses, like, I don't know, I'm thinking physical therapy, had all of their windows covered because they had treatment rooms or, you know, exercise facilities behind the window, and they didn't want the passersby on the sidewalk to be able to look in. And so we wanted to limit and say you can't cover all the windows. So at that time, they chose 25%.
Well, I mean, if they want to cover their windows for privacy, I don't think this has anything to do with that. But in terms of how big of a sign to have, what are you getting at here when let's say you have a business has giant picture windows on 3 sides. You know, how much of that are you allowing to be a sign when you say 25% of the window area? You don't mind having a sign that's, you know, 10 feet by 8 feet or something?
I mean, typically these are like a sticker or a decal on the glass surface. And so they're not.
If you say
three-dimensional sign.
25%, you're saying 25%. If it's a huge window, it's a huge sign.
Yes.
So is that a concern of anybody? And what would be an alternative wording that would address that?
Victor, you had your hand up, and or unless that's from before.
No, it's not from before. Allison, I think you kind of introduced something that wasn't here before. When I think of sign, I think of sign. I don't think of blacked out windows. And if you're going to actually limit blacked out windows or covered windows, I think you're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
There's another standard in the town center code that talks about transparency and being able to actually see into the windows. And that's different. And I'm commingling them a little bit because you tend to see these big window stickers in town center that act as both a sign and a covering. It makes it opaque so you can't see through. You know, here we're specifically talking about regulating things that are signs, and so I think they couldn't just be like a opaque covering that doesn't have any logos or graphics on it, wording.
Sure.
This would have to have some kind of wording or logo or whatever to be considered a sign.
So when I read sign, I think of either letters or logo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so Allison, do you think it's a problem if the window is, you know, 10 feet by 15 feet and the sign is 25% of that? And the business has several large windows like that. Are you saying that we have no concern with these very large signs in all of these windows based on the size of the window? It seems like a lot of huge signs to me.
There are some in existence now. I guess that's all I'm saying in town center.
It's not a matter of concern. Does anybody else think this is odd, or I'm just wondering what people think.
I guess, Carolyn, what I would just say is, has it been a problem like so far? That's kind of an
know.
to me. I don't know. I haven't noticed any signs that really alarm me in Windows. Because
Okay, that's right. This is an existing code, so okay. Yeah, we can just leave it alone. We don't need to change it. although we were
Sure.
asked about it. So, we were talking, well,
It
we
doesn't-
still haven't clarified whether this is all the windows added together or not.
So I
Or
think
business.
Said-
I'll say that, sorry, the consensus that I heard earlier was that it would be the store, the entirety of the store facade or store frontage or that business frontage. And if that was one pane of glass or 5 panes of glass, it is irrelevant. It's the total area of the front of the store.
Well, what about the sides of the store?
Well,
What
if
if the
they're,
store has windows on several sides or 4 sides?
so according to the citation that we made before, if it's on any one of those 3, if it's a corner lot, for example, they would be allowed a sign on the windows adjacent to either of those frontages.
I thought the window section stands alone.
Yeah, I think Carolyn's actually right that applied to wall signs.
Oh, all right.
I believe I'm just going up. Yep, that applied to wall signs.
Okay.
So window signs, we don't currently have any direction in terms of if we're talking about multiple sides of the building. It just says it's limited to 25% of the window area.
I would just
So-
suggest give some additional thought to that, and perhaps, I don't know, maybe there's some way you could word that gets at the many window question.
Maybe is I mean, is it a solution in search of a problem, or do we have areas where people are putting up very large signs on these multi-sided windows? None come to mind right away, but
So, Commissioner Friedman, it looked like you were going to make a comment earlier. Are you good as you're?
I was just going to love an opinion on this. I agree with Ted. I just don't think that this is an issue, and I just kind of believe that this is a case where if we just say, hey, you can put signage up on 25% of your window area, that will totally suffice as a code.
And then Victor, I saw you had your hand up again.
All right, old hand.
And I'm only bringing it up because Allison asked us about it. I mean, if you don't think it's a problem, you think it's all right, that's good. That's good too.
Yep, and I think I made the assumption that the previous restrictions on frontage were applied here. Frankly, I'm with Ted and Jordan. I don't think this has been a problem and worth regulating. I think saying 25% of the area is probably sufficient enough to keep people within the realm of what we are. I think it actually changing this with any stricter limitation actually ends up hurting some of our smaller businesses in the older buildings than it does in the newer ones, because they have smaller windows and therefore would be penalized by having much smaller messaging and imaging or advertising for their business. That would be my view. Daniel.
Not to belabor the conversation, but I think how this comes up that I've seen is if there are 4 windows on the front of a building and they completely cover one of those windows with a sign, or that's their intention, they would be in compliance with this because that is 25% of the window area for their building. So without any further clarification, they could completely block one of their windows as long as those other 3 are not blocked by a sign. And in most situations that I've seen, the intention behind window coverage limitations is to ensure that you don't completely block windows for safety reasons, for aesthetic reasons, for use of the structure reasons. You'll very rarely see a sign in a window that blocks the whole window, and that's intentionally because of code. And so if you put a little clarification that it's 25% of the window area of the window being used, then you always will have window remaining because that's required in the code. That's windows are supposed to be there, used as windows, and you wouldn't be blocking that window completely. But as written, and I think where Allison's going with this is it's a little unclear. And if I'm a sign proponent and I want to put, and I own a gym and I have 4 windows and I want to block one of them with a huge, advertising display, I would be in compliance with this and nobody at the city could tell me otherwise.
Yeah, and I would just counter that with, again, I think this unduly would potentially could unduly impact businesses in older buildings that likely don't have the, that, for example, have a weird layout in their building where a window existed because the building was built in the 50s, but the configuration of the use inside is actually sort of blocking the window, and it would actually make sense to cover that section of the window, in order to cover that up. I know in the building I work in, we do that. There's a false wall behind it and there's a covering. Why not put a logo on it so that the rest of the windows are clear and unobstructed, that are actually being used? So to Ted's point, I think this is a solution in search of a problem, but I would be fine leaving it the way that it is and just allow it for interpretation. But it sounds like having this set as a per business requirement would just give enough flexibility that, or enough clarity to how this should be interpreted, that everybody seemed to be good with that. Am I seeing any disagreement? Okay. The next one, Allison, was neon.
Correct.
And so I think what is the concern here?
So we're talking about town center. It allows lighted signs of all kinds, internally and externally lighted. I think the question has come up in plan reviews: does neon count as high quality, durable materials? It's not, it's a squishy standard. It's not very clear what that means. And I know since neon signs are prohibited outside of town center in the PBZ zone, that question has come up. I think the design commission did approve the Freshies Fish Market. It's no longer there, but when it was there, they had a neon sign. The design commission did approve that. So I think we've at least had one interpretation that it's okay to have a neon sign, but it's now the process has changed, and now staff do most of the design review for signs. And so I've heard from the planning staff that they would like clarity on if neon signs should be allowed or not, and if they count as high quality, durable materials.
I'll go to Victor and then Carolyn.
I don't know whether it's included in neon signs or just part of the overall lighted signs. I'm unclear on what lowest feasible wattage or lumens is and how that's determined.
That's a phrase that I came up with in our prior discussion, Victor, about the wireless code over the last few months. We just wrapped that up at the last meeting. We talked a lot about the term feasible, which is a defined term in our code.
Yep.
And it seems like it's a good bar in terms of when you're trying to set a threshold for something, especially in an area where technology is changing. Like, we know types of light bulbs have changed a lot in the last 10 or 20 years. And the way we talk about brightness has changed too. Like, we used to always talk about wattage when people use incandescent bulbs, but now that things are mostly moved to LED, we talk more about lumens. So my intent here was, with lowest feasible, was just to say, we only want to allow this to be as bright as it needs to be to, have the sign be visible, adequately visible. I don't know how to explain that, but that, really there's this intent of, we don't want things to be overly bright.
Right. I I think you have this comment in at least one more other place, and I think
Yep.
in the document, and I think there a comment is included somewhere that I would agree with, which is if you just set the maximum either lumens or wattage, it's a lot more clear. To me, this is a lot like that term that we were talking about earlier that Commissioner Murphy raised, which is, this to me is very ambiguous. And I would prefer not to have ambiguity here.
Carolyn?
Well, on that same phrase, I think our definition of feasible is robust enough that it can be used effectively by staff. I am really much in favor of these changes that are proposed here in terms of trying to reduce the amount of impact from additional lighting. And at first I thought that maybe we didn't need the word wattage, but I think, Allison, you said wattage has to do with how bright incandescent lights are, but lumens is more the measure of how bright it is, I suppose, just looking at it. But
Yeah, lumens is the direct measure of brightness. Wattage was used with incandescent bulbs, and it speaks to, you know, how much power they're drawing.
yeah,
But it's not really applicable for LED because they use so much less power.
right. So
inherently in how they're
lumens
designed.
is the important, but
Mhm.
you know, I think I think our definition of feasible is workable there. As far as neon is concerned, I guess I'm thinking it's a lighted sign, so, and you know, it hangs together and works. It's probably have good enough quality and durable material, you know, meets the other requirements. I don't know.
So Allison, this harkens back to the sound conversation we had around wireless facilities and how we would measure, you know, sound. Obviously, in that case, we're talking about number of decibels at a particular distance. And I think to, you know, Victor's point, like a measure here of that nature might be a more applicable. The problem is that you don't really know what that factor is going to be until after it's installed, right? Because then they have to measure it, and there may be some complications to that. Maybe there are ways to do this, but you know, measuring it at a distance of 30 feet, it can only, you know, have a certain level of brightness measured in, you know, candle or however they whatever the decibel equivalent is in light. I think it's candle. I don't know.
Lumens.
Yeah, I think lumens is the this way, but when you receive it, it's measured in candle. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It could be also in lumens, but whatever that measure is, I don't know if that even makes sense, Allison, or is it better to just measure and easier to measure what the installed
I imagine it would be easier, like, you know, any light bulb you buy is going to have a rating for how many lumens it produces. It's probably easier for them to design based off of the stated rating on the bulbs they're going to include. I think. I mean, I'm no lighting engineer. I'm not an expert on this at all, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, the problem is if you take Mio Posto, right, and they have like Mio all in one big thing, and each individual light is, you know, 800 lumens, which is like the comparable to a 60-watt light bulb. One 60-watt light bulb isn't very bright, but 30 of them in a big marquee that spells out Mio Posto or Mio would be really bright, right? So is it that would be a question of just okay, how are we measuring lumens? Is it the cumulative luminosity? If it's a 10-foot wide thing and it's spread out, that's different than having it all condensed and confined. So it does beg from an engineering perspective how even that measure of wattage and lumens might be calculated. Carolyn?
Yeah, I would also recommend that staff do a, you know, kind of a examination of what this would be like receiving an application and using the definition of feasibility, because the definition, for example, does say, points out that the technique being applied or being proposed meets the need that's been established for the type of facility that's being installed. So I think it would be really useful to do some sample examinations of how that would work without actually trying to put a lumens measure on it or something like that, which again gets us into putting something in a code about technology we don't know very much about, that's constantly changing. And I think we should try to avoid that.
So what I'm hearing here, Allison, is that I think there's some additional specificity that might be warranted here around the measure of the output of a lighted sign beyond just lowest feasible in some way. I see you're writing a note essentially to that fact. I also see in your previous note, and not to add more to the conversation, but we could require, have a time-based performance criteria that, after 10 p.m. or after midnight or whatever, that there's either dimming or, either turned off or has to be at, 10% of the power or something like that. Could also be another qualifier that we could add here.
Yeah, I'll do a little more research on how, what options are in terms of how to regulate brightness, and we can talk about this a bit more next time, try to bring some more specific code language as examples.
Okay. And I think this was sort of embedded, it's all in the same paragraph. The ground mounted lighting was the next topic I had. I think there's a part of what we just discussed that applies to ground mounted lighting. And then I think there's a separate conversation around just the appropriateness of, to Ted's original point of the Clear Skies Initiative.
The Dark Skies Initiative has a lot of criteria about directing light downward, having shielding. You don't want light intruding upwards towards the sky.
Yeah. Commissioner Murphy, and then yep.
Yeah, I was just going to address that dark skies issue because I'm the one that brought it up the first time.
Oh, sorry.
And I would just say that the way this is drafted is probably a little too harsh, and we should be looking at, some type of performance-based standard or shielding or something else, and not just a blanket prohibition. So that's what I would suggest we look at.
Yeah, I was going to make a similar comment, which is, there's, I do hate requirements that preclude the use of technology that may reach the intent of the ruling, which is we don't want light bleeding upward into the sky, and there may be technology that would allow something to be mounted on the ground, but also performed in the way that we wanted. So. Yeah, that's an area I would agree with. Carolyn?
So maybe I really support the part about upwardly directed lighting, because that's what it's all about, is keeping the lighting from shining up into the sky. So another matter that might be included here is directional lighting. I mean, lighting that puts a spotlight out towards the street is also not productive. Whether it's mounted on typically if it's mounted on the ground, most ground mounted lighting, I mean, the light shines up. That's what it does. That's the purpose of it. So I'm not quite sure how we could, remove that from this. And definitely very favorable towards the last half of the sentence. I have no doubts about that. If you read the website for the Dark Skies Initiative, you know, this is kind of what they're getting at. If you want to do it, that's how you have to do it.
Okay, any other comments about the lighting from anyone? Okay, and then the last one I had, Allison, on your list. Does anyone have any comments or concerns about the additional language around the neighborhood entrance signs? Examples of those being the lakes and the sort of end of driveway signs that may indicate 5 or 6 houses at the end of a sort of a flagged driveway.
And does this language about they need to be for the necessary for identification and navigation purposes, is that adequate in terms of limiting how many and where these are allowed, and these size limits seem about right?
Tiffin?
I guess my thought would be you would just have kind of like one sign per entrance. Is that what you're thinking, Allison? So I guess the question is, does this language give you the ability to do that? Or is it better just to say like essentially one sign per entrance? Maybe the navigational sign. I mean, I don't think even the lakes, you don't really need a lot of navigation. I can't think of anywhere where you have to navigate around a neighborhood on Mercer Island.
No, I mean, I think more for like the houses that I think Dan mentioned this a while ago. They're way down the hill on East or West Mercer Way, and it may be hard to locate the house without a sign saying, you know, the Smiths live down here. You know, particularly for deliveries and that kind of thing, where people are trying to find them based on Google Maps or something. It's not always evident where they're actually located.
Yeah, I had that experience the other day trying to find someone's house.
Mhm.
I would say I literally had to have them pick up something from me instead. I would say if you think you can work with it, then that's fine.
Ted?
It seems like the guidance that we were trying, or the boundaries we were trying to stay within early on was making sure that we're focusing on time, place, and manner, and that we're not talking about purpose. Because we start talking about purpose of a non-commercial sign, then it starts to get in trouble with Reed. So I'm wondering if this paragraph works without any mention of purpose. Like, can it just talk about the entrance of driveways or the entrance of neighborhoods or residential zones without saying for the purpose of navigational or for navigation or something? And if we do have a purpose in there, does that put us afoul of Reed?
Daniel, do you have a comment? Sorry, you're on mute, number one, and then number two, my sense is that this falls outside of that, but I'll let Daniel speak.
Yeah, so the content-based rule from Reed leads you to a higher level of scrutiny. There is a way past that higher level of scrutiny. It is typically fatal, and it is definitely not something that most anything that we've talked about could get through. However, I think there's probably a compelling government interest to identify neighborhoods for a range of reasons. And that's why you typically see things similar to this that do make it through. So yes, it is in most situations, a non-commercial message that is specifically allowed over other non-commercial messages, but it's so that people know where they are and where they're going and to identify a community.
Could one make the argument, however, that a subdivision is a commercial entity in some way? Let's say there's a homeowners association that it is typically these would be on the property of the, owned by the
Well, I mean,
subdivision, right?
Yeah, I mean, all signs are going to be placed on owned property, so I don't think that that would get you there. If the sign is intended to sell open lots, that's certainly a different thing. I think, I don't know this. There's a chance that the code might require a sign like this for a development. So that it could also be something there, but I don't know that to be true. I think I may have seen that before. Allison is giving me a look. Maybe that's not it. But so I wouldn't worry about it from a content perspective for this one.
Okay. Any other questions specifically about the addition of this? I think the intent here was to, sounds like the code was silent on the ability for, a group of neighbors to have a navigation sign down their driveways. And this just provides a little bit of guidance as to what is or isn't allowed in the right of way or sort of at the end of a property to do that. So with that, that was the list that I had that I know Allison had questions on. And before we move off of this to the next area of business, and I let Allison conclude, are there any other areas in the proposed code that someone wanted to bring up and discuss? Ted?
I had a couple more on the same page where we were talking about the neighborhood entrances in B.6. We're talking about parking lots. It says signs within parking lots should be limited to those necessary for safety and identification. And I guess when I was reading it, I was passing everything through the read lens and trying to identify, am I actually looking at the sign and telling what it's trying to discern what its content is, and then regulating it based on that. And this one got a yes in that lens. So if somebody wanted to put a sign in their parking lot that was something expressing their opinion on something, but it had nothing to do with safety or identification, would that be essentially something that we're saying you can't do? And is that protected speech?
So the first sentence though talks about these parking lot signs being a limited thing. This is not the same as a temporary sign. For example, there are temporary signs, but they're talking specifically in a parking lot. And so you can't put a permanent monument sign in the middle of a parking lot, for example, and you couldn't put an A-frame in the parking lot because that's impeding cars. So the only signs that can go in that particular location must be for safety and identification. So I do think it's fine. I do appreciate that you're doing that analysis in your head, but I do think this is fine.
I guess I had the same thing as the directional signs. In order to determine that it's directional, you have to look at the content, and therefore you're regulating based on content.
Right, but that gets to my just recent comment on compel. So that level of scrutiny is a compelling government interest, and so things for safety and traffic flow and pedestrian, all of those are going to be necessary in parking lots and for directional purposes. For example, a sign saying "Do not enter" to a private parking lot. Of course, that's going to be allowed specifically for a traffic safety and pedestrian safety reason, but that certainly would be a compelling government interest to allow that specific regulation for that.
Michael?
On the same page below the neighborhood signs, and this showed up a couple places, these unlighted window or wall signs. It seems to me that this doesn't really make any sense that they be unlighted, considering it gets dark here at 3:30 in the afternoon in the wintertime. I just would suggest that, Allison, you revisit this concept of not allowing small lighted signs or backlit or internally illuminated signs that would probably be much less obtrusive than something that had a light shining on it or an uplight or, you know, something like that.
Is there consensus from the commission around this idea that we may want to allow more types of lighted signs outside of town center?
Oh. Right. Oh.
When I was looking at this one, I was struck by the size of it. When it says 72 square inches, that's a very small sign. Not something you're going to be able to see from a street. Probably something you would see as you're walking up to the door and be able to say, you're kind of looking at the shingle, so to speak, and saying, oh, yes, I'm at the right place. This is the guy that fixes trombones or something. But it seems like if we start having lighted signs in a residential area, then the intent of having a lighted sign is so that it could be better seen, presumably from a distance. And I don't know, it seems like when you have a sign that's really small, 72 inches is not very big. It's like, or it's like the size of a piece of paper.
It's
Right.
it's 6 by 12.
Right. So we're talking about essentially a piece of paper. So if we start lighting it, then are we essentially saying we want it to be able to be readable from a greater distance? Is that really the intent with a sign that small?
Let me go to Jordan and then Carolyn.
Just going back to the parking lot signs, I'm just curious why not permit freestanding or wall-mounted signs? I just didn't understand why that would be, you know, prohibited.
I don't know. I mean, I think probably they were envisioning, you know, the surface parking lot outside of the building, is sort of, you know, like I'm imagining the Rite Aid shopping center. The parking lot is not right next to the building. It's a little bit out, and they want to have it clear for driving around. They don't want things that people are going to accidentally run their car into. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I could certainly see a situation where a parking lot is right next to the side of a building, and maybe you would want to have a sign on the building, but I don't.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable to me that you would want to have it, be able to have it on a building.
Carolyn, I saw you, and then Victor, and then Tiffin.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna go back down to number 5. I don't mind lighted signs for community facilities in the residential zone, but I really can't see lighted signs for businesses operated out of homes, which is what this sounds like. Licensed practitioners or service operators in residential zones. I think it's appropriate with one small sign in the window saying, hey, you're at the right place, but really not to be kind of trying to commercially, notify people in the street going by that, you fix computers or, do something else, yoga in your home or whatever the case may be. Again, the sign is very small, and I can't see where lighting it, really makes sense, as to Ted's point, but I think it's pretty good the way it is.
Victor?
I just wanted to go back to Jordan's point and ask Allison on section number 6, how are we defining the parking lot? Are we actually defining it strictly as the lot, or are we also including the sidewalks around it?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess this would be strictly the parking lot itself.
So parking areas and driving areas, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
And I have no idea where this came from. My only guess is that I'm envisioning a paid parking lot that has the signs that say this is stall number such and such, so that you can go pay or, do your meter of some kind. And I read this as sort of saying that you're not going to have those sorts of signs, that they should be marked on the pavement rather than individual signs for each stall. But I have no idea where that would have come from.
So, well, and so along those lines, and maybe it's the late hour, but help me out. Where do these parking lots actually exist on Mercer Island, which is a parking lot for a non-single family dwelling in a residential zone? Where is that?
I mean, a church, a beach club, any other non-residential facility that's located in a residential area.
Okay.
The JCC.
Yeah, the country club. Tiffin?
Yeah, okay, so I'm trying to understand, we're basically in the residential zones. So I guess my point was, I kind of feel like maybe we should strike out after the word identification, because I mean, even just have charging for like an electric vehicle, I think you would have a sign that's not on the pavement.
That's a good point.
Or, I could think, I mean, I can't think of anything specific, but it could be like, I can think the beach club has like parking specific to the person that lives in the cottage. Like there's situations that exist right now that wouldn't be in compliance with our code. And I can't understand kind of the overall benefit of being so specific that it has to be on the pavement, especially if it's on private property. So I guess I would just propose to like starting with the word any out, because then I think that covers it. Necessary signs with it. Yeah, that would be my proposal.
I would just quickly offer that I have a client that has electric charging station companies coming to them to install very large, very bright electronic signs in parking lots, in addition to the actual charging station infrastructure. And I mean, it's a policy decision on how you want to deal with that. But I think if you don't have a restriction, you will have people come in to try to install signs that you're not anticipating.
So I guess I'm trying to understand that this company is going to install very large signs in private parking lots in residential zones.
So it's a company called, I think it's Venta or something like that. And essentially what it is it's a kiosk that is either attached to or adjacent to the charging station that runs advertising. It's similar to the lighted signs conversation we have somewhere else in this code. And so they provide the charging for free, and they earn their money through buying ads. Companies buy ads on these. I don't know if those are the ones, Daniel, you're specifically referring to, but
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So I only know because we work with them through Microsoft. And so, yeah, they're very bright, and they're basically like digital billboards that are adjacent to the electric pumps. And some places like them, because the charging is free for the customer, for the person using the electric car. You basically get your power for free because it's being subsidized by advertising.
All right, I think I get your point. So maybe what I could propose instead is that you suggest some language to avoid that scenario, but allow for what might be considered a reasonable sign on a parking.
It says it's limited to those necessary for safety and identification. Is that enough, Daniel, to prohibit these charging station signs?
You could maybe say they shouldn't be commercial in nature. I don't know. I would just throw it back to you to come up with something that would suffice for our intentions.
I guess I'm confused. If you're not looking to allow these other types of kind of commercial signs and whatnot, and it is limited for safety and identification, what signs do you want in parking lots?
Well, I think like what I was saying is, for example, a sign could say like reserved for this person that works here, or reserved for this residence, or, reserved for electric vehicles, or,
Sometimes they say reserved for people hauling boats. These are just examples I can think of that currently exist. But, you know, essentially.
COVID, we just saw signs that went up that say, you know, pick up or take out only, right? Or temporary, you know, 5-minute
Right.
temporary
I don't know if
parking
that's in
or,
residential.
well.
Yeah, I don't mean to talk over you. I don't know if that's in residential zones, but it's the same concept, right? You could have perhaps at a church, like, I don't know, reserved for people that are, you know, or picking up from a food bank, or, you know what I mean? There's like numerous situations. I can't think of all of them, but the general idea is like, this is the parking spot that's intended for that purpose.
Isn't that covered by identification though?
Well, that's what I said, but then you threw that whole thing back at me. You know, you then said that we could have this like enormous, awful commercial sign if we just did that.
Well, no. I mean, that's like a commercial advertisement. You're talking about an identification on how the parking space should be used. I think those are very different things.
Yeah, so if you think that just having that first sentence that ends in identification will be okay, that would be my proposal to float out.
But okay, you got rid of the next sentence, and I guess my question is, what's the purpose of getting rid of the next sentence if we're not dealing with commercial signs? And those identification signs that you just brought up are allowed as is.
Maybe it's the late hour. I must not be being very clear. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think it's common to have sort of like a, you know, a pole sign with, you know, a pole with a little sign on it that says this parking spot is to be used for this purpose.
And Daniel, there was this line that said signs for individual stalls can only be marked on the pavement. So she's proposing getting rid of that.
Yeah. So okay. So if you're trying to move what would otherwise be on the pavement up onto a small sign, then sure, that, yeah. I mean, if that's desired, yeah, absolutely. I think the idea was just not to have a bunch of toothpicks in a parking lot, probably, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I'm open to other ideas, but it just strikes me that this is something that's already existing. So why try to make more people in violation of our code than we have to?
Okay, any other comments either in support or opposition to Commissioner Goodman's thoughts there? All right, hearing none, I'll take that as tacit approval of at least Allison coming back with those changes, and we can move from there. Any other things that folks want to bring up before we move to the next item of business? Allison?
I had one more thing that I don't think we covered. It was this allowance for non-conforming signs to be replaced with a new sign of a similar size and type.
I think, Victor, you originally had a question about this. Was that answered fully originally, or?
Yeah, I think my only question was just grandfathering in the existing sign, so I'm good.
Which I think is the intent of this, so that's good. Any other questions? Everybody is.
I have one last thing, which was on section B.11.I, which I think is just off the bottom of the page that's currently being displayed. It was talking about off-premises signs, and in order to discern whether a sign is related to a building, business, tenant, or establishment not located on the same premise, you got to read the sign, which was another one that lit the light bulb for, is this a Reed versus Gilbert thing? Just wanted to make sure that that was something we had considered when looking at this one.
So I agree with that conceptually. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back up and down. So typically that's going to have to be that is used and applicable to commercial signs. So we're not dealing in the Reed world, if you will. So assuming that's how it's used, it should be fine.
So we might want to clarify it to say commercial tenant or commercial establishment, just so that if it's a tenant who is non-commercial, they don't say, wait, this violates my read rights. So to
Well,
I just add commercial here.
Well, so the only thing is a non-commercial message. I definitely not always, but a large percentage of the time has nothing to do with the premises where the sign is. So it almost is, again, not always, but very often impossible to have that tied to a non-commercial sign. You know, a presidential candidate sign is never going to be tied to that property.
Right.
So it's always off premises. So this doesn't really apply to that. So we can find a way to clarify that.
Okay. I guess if we're in outside town center and we're looking at non-commercial signs that are talking about something that's off premises, I don't know, if you're thinking like the ski bus or a summer camp for, or some kind of retreat for a church or a club or a school or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that there wouldn't be a mistake, you know, something out there that would be a non-commercial application of or something that's off premises.
No, I just don't think it would ever come up with non-commercial. What it's typically trying to avoid is the corner business selling signage on their property to the business down the block. And so we don't want the mid-block Starbucks advertising because they can afford it on the corner mattress shop because they don't really care as much because they're on the corner. And so that's the off premises that we're talking about. With non-commercial, you know, so much of non-commercial speech has nothing to do with the premises that you're always going to have off premises.
And am I to infer by the section that this is in that we're actually talking about permanent signs, not temporary signs?
Okay. Interesting.
Is that right? Is this just referring to permanent signs?
Well, that's kind of my question that I'm inferring that, but just
Yes.
based on the description.
Yes, because we're in the outside of town center code section, all the temporary signs are regulated in the temporary signs section.
So basically, I have to stop negotiating about building the big monument sign in front of my house for advertising the Roanoke. Because that the all right.
Okay.
Any other last comments before I turn it over to Allison to wrap up?
No.
I wanted to make sure that we just captured that comment that we had much earlier in the evening regarding trailers and portable signs.
And the clarity there was I think portable reader board signs versus signs on a truck or a car. Those traveling billboards.
Billboards.
Okay.
Which is addressed right here at the end in 11J.
Vehicles. All right, we'll take a look at that and see if we think what we can do to clarify this.
The key difference between G and J is that G is talking about signs that are being towed behind a truck and are therefore taking up traffic and distracting drivers. And J is talking about a vehicle that's sitting in one place and is effectively a sign because it never moves. It's collecting dust,
Right.
but it's just being used as a sign.
Yeah, I can see that interpretation there, Ted. So yeah, probably Allison warrants just a little bit of looking at just to bring some clarity to those two.
And similar to the misunderstanding I had earlier with Chair Hubbell, I actually read Jay a different way. I read that to mean, for those of you that remember prior to Northwood Elementary being that, prior while it was still the old North Mercer Junior High, people used to park cars for sale there and put signs in them. That's the way I interpret this, but it's not so.
See, it's funny. It's all context because I was thinking of the Acura dealership off of 520 that has a big box truck that they have parked in the back of their parking lot that just says Acura of Bellevue, and they don't have to pay for the billboard rights, but it's just a truck that sits there and does the same thing.
I think similar to our previous discussion, we could probably use a little bit of clarity here.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. With that, Allison, is there anything else you want to go over procedurally related to sign code?
No, I think we'll take all the feedback we got tonight and put our heads together, Danielle and I, to develop an updated draft, and we can talk through that at the next meeting with the hopes of having a final recommendation from the commission at the end of that meeting.
Great. Just a couple of last pieces of business. First, thank you everybody for, I know it's been now going on 5 hours, I think, for all of this. So I appreciate your sticking through this, but this really is kind of a more meaty set of code than I think we're giving credit to. With that, item number 6, quickly, director's report. Allison, do you have anything for that?
We need to talk about the schedule for the upcoming meetings. Our next meeting is July, no, I'm blanking, 21st, I believe. That will go forward as scheduled. The September meeting is, so August, there's no meetings in August. Citywide, we take a break in August. And then in September, the meeting is scheduled for September 15th, which I believe is Yom Kippur. And so we are proposing and asking the commission if we can reschedule that meeting to the following Wednesday, which is September 22nd.
Okay. So July 21, and the following meeting would then be the 22nd instead of the 15th. I know it's a little bit far out, but just a quick poll now if anyone has a problem with that.
No,
Moving
I don't
around.
have any problem I know of. All I have to say is the school schedule hasn't come out for like curriculum night and stuff like that. So I just don't know what that looks like yet, but.
If we get closer and we, determine we need to reschedule again for some reason, we can look at that. But I think if the commission is okay with going forward with this right now, then we'll get that updated on the city calendars.
Yeah, Dan, I've got a trial that week, so I would probably not be available.
Okay. All right. We will note that, and yeah, we'll temporarily set September 22nd as the date, and then as we get closer, just based on any additional information we have on some of the school calendars and things like that, we'll make adjustments as necessary.
I think the 29th is the fifth Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be like the backup option.
Yeah. And I know curriculum night, sometimes it's like the first couple of weeks, and then sometimes it's like a month later. It's really like the school district, I don't know, with COVID this year, who knows if they're going to do it virtual again or what. So, okay. Anything else, Allison, on the director's report? I think
That's
I'll just
it for
add
me.
on the meeting thing, looping back to our original conversation. You guys will notice first going forward, the first Wednesdays of the month, and then just notice the cancellations for those.
Yeah, we can update that on the calendar, and then if for some reason later this year we decided we do want to have 2 meetings a month, if we've got to finish some things up before the end of the year, we could consider that. But I think for July and September, we'll plan on just meeting on the dates we just talked about and cancel the others. And then, once we get to September, we can look at October, November, December.
Great. And so I think we covered this, but planned absences for future meetings. We heard Commissioner Murphy around the September date potentially not being there. July, what was it, the 21st? Anyone know whether or not they're going to be absent at this point in time?
Yeah, I
I'll
think
be
I
on.
probably can't realistically make it. Did someone else say that? I'm just thinking I'll be on a camping trip and I don't think I can manage this sort of setup.
I'm landing at SeaTac at 7:07 p.m. that night.
Sounds good. I'll say whatever the rest of the group goes for, I'll be supportive of. So it's in your hands.
Okay, so we have at least 2 potential absences, Allison. I will be honest, I'm out of town the weekend prior. I'm planning to be back by Wednesday, but I'm wondering, I think if it's just 2, I would like to have as many people possible here for the finalization of the sign code. Is there anyone, what would be the harm, Allison, of pushing that meeting out a week?
I think it's possible to reschedule it if the commission agrees with that. I think we just want to make that well known as far in advance as we can for the public.
Yeah, I saw Andrea come on. Oh, sorry, Victor.
I'll be out the following week.
Yeah, this is the problem with summer.
Summer.
Well, let's do this. Let's leave this with, we'll leave it on July the 21st for now. And, as we certainly don't change any plans if you have them. If we need to, we can maybe just get comments ahead of time. If we can get materials out soon enough that we can get comments from the commissioners that'll be absent ahead of time. And then we can just make sure that we add those to the record.
Is the previous week an option?
Yeah, July 14th. What about that one?
Is that enough time, Allison, for you guys to prepare what you think you might need?
It'll be tight. I mean, because then we have to have the packet to you by the 7th, and with the 4th of July holiday, that's really cutting it close, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it means you got to have it done the week prior and...
Yeah, I'm actually going to be on vacation the 1st through the 5th, so I'd have to have it pretty much done by June 30th, which is 2 weeks from now. Might be doable, but it would be really tight.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to run afoul of any noticing because we left the hearing open, right. Yeah, let's keep the date for now, and if we think that there's going to be anyone else that's going to be missing, then we may need to revisit whether we have a quorum or not.
Yeah, I think we should try to do our quorum check a little earlier than normal, and if it's looking like we don't have enough people or we may not have enough people, then we'll do a poll via email for trying to reschedule.
Okay. All right. Any next item is announcements and communications. Any announcements from the staff side?
Andrea, did I miss anything or have we covered it all?
We talked about meetings staying virtual till the end of the year earlier. That was the only thing on my radar. And I think you covered the schedule. So I think we covered it all.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else have anything for the good of the order that they would like to either share or communicate on? Great. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for a nice long evening, but it was, I think, super productive. And unless we change it, I will see those of you who are here on July 21st.
Thank you, staff.
Thanks. And if everyone can just stay on the line until Andrea has shut off the meeting.